Good morning. Good morning. Hello, 13 church. I just started talking and then Lucy's like, did I scare you, big girl? Did I scare you? I'm sorry. Hello. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. It's good to see y'all. It has been a weekend. We've had a long weekend. No court. Let's hope Miss Raven's feeling better today, aka they got done all the stuff they needed to get done and stalled enough for their cell phone people and all of that good stuff. And if she really was sick, she wasn't sick, but if she really was sick, I hope she's feeling better. Hello. Good morning. Y'all file on in. Come in, get your chairs. I hope everyone had a great weekend. Everything should be. Oh, you, ma'am. I just watched your video. I was cracking up about the serial killer. How you imagine him putting a bow on it because manners. Cracking me up. He went to Joann's Fabrics. So silly. If y'all haven't subscribed to Gossip Rumor and Innuendo on YouTube, you need to. She just cracks me up. She's hilarious. And I love it because she goes over all of the. Caddy's great because she goes over all of the the juicy stuff and the funny stuff. Here, I have to look for just I try to stick to the evidence and the facts and the boring stuff, but she gets all into it. She gets all into all of it. I love it. It's so funny. She's hilarious. You have to check her out. If you haven't already, you have to check her out. She's so funny. Yes, she keeps me in tears when I'm watching too. It's one of the only videos that I watch where I literally will laugh out loud as I'm watching, just by myself, just sitting here laughing out loud by myself. Before I forget, I remembered. Look at me remembering things. I love that. What's happening? Congratulations to our first in tailgate. We appreciate y'all hanging out and coming early, claiming your seats. So congratulations to y'all. See, that's between Brandi and my gossip goddess, I get the full scoop. See, that's the thing is that's what I love about it too, because, the facts can be interesting, but they can also be boring, but she has the good stuff. She gets to tell us all the good stuff, all the juicy stuff. I love it. It's funny. She's great. It's one of the highlights of my day, seeing all the mess. So, and she covers, all different kinds of true crime stuff and stuff going on. So, why, yes, I did. So I got a new desk, and because my old one was just, I literally had a tiny little, tiny desk because I have a tiny condo. And I was like, well, this is all I need. But it was not, in fact, all I need, because the more this show has grown, the more I have needed more things. I got one of the coolest gifts ever. I don't know if you can see. I got a stream. Can you see that? A Stream Deck, which I am so excited about. So as soon as court ends today, I'm going to start getting that set up, and I'm so stinking excited about that. And then just a few other things that I've had to make room for. So I bought a new desk, which you can't see it, but it has like a raised part that brings my like my monitors up some so that I can have more room on my actual desk, and it helps when I'm doing like all my research stuff too. So it helped, and then the table back here matches my desk. So yeah, my whole little area, new space, new energy, new all that stuff. So goodness gracious. Okay, everybody's still filing in. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, I cannot wait to learn how to use it. And I've already started watching videos on it. So I can't wait to start getting it set up. I think they have the stuff going, or they're not on there yet, but they started the live. So I'll keep an eye on court. All right. So, good morning, everybody. Come on in. Come on in. So I'm excited for now. Y'all, I started my morning about 5 o'clock this morning, 5 o'clock my time. And took Lucy out on the beach and went and some hoodlums out there left a bunch of trash. So me and Lucy went and picked up trash, and then I let her run around and just sat out there for a little bit and just enjoyed the peace and the calm while the sun was rising. It was so pretty, so nice, and so calm. And I posted like a little short video of the Gulf, and you can hear the waves and stuff, and talk about how nice it was. And Brother Brewmeister was like, and I said, enjoying the serenity. He's like, oh well, I hope that lasts more than like that'll last you till the first 2 sidebars. I was like, oh, sidebars, they're coming, y'all. Oh, Truth Matters just gifted a membership. Thank you, Truth Matters. It went to see, when I have my new soundboard set up, I can do like a drum roll instead of doing it myself and sounding like a weirdo. It went to Kathy L. Kathy L. Congratulations. Welcome to the jurors, the jury group, 13 jurors. Good morning. Good morning, Laura Ferris. Hello, hello. I'd like to see your setup from the opposite angle of Brandy's eye view. Let me see if I can take a picture of. Here, let's see. See if I can zoom out. This is. Here, can y'all see that? That's what I see. Can you see that? Kind of. I'll tweet it. Oh, but actually, this is even better. If you look right above, which I have to do like this to see it now because I redid everything. But if you right above, but if you look over, come on. If you look right over my screen, I don't know if y'all can see that. You can't really see. There it is. I can see the water. So when I need when I need to calm myself, when these people are, these attorneys and these witnesses and these whoever is driving me nuts in whichever trial is driving me nuts. Whenever I'm like, let me see the water. Let me calm myself. I love my view. I have a tiny, tiny, tiny little condo, but it was worth giving up square footage in order for to get the view. The view is everything for me. Plus, it takes me like 0 time to clean. That's one of the perks of having a tiny condo. Hello, hello. People are still coming on in. Come on in. So I don't know who watched with us Friday, where we went over the timeline. There was some interesting stuff as we put the timeline together, and I expect to see some more interesting stuff coming up. This is going to be the last. This is like the last of the state's case. So I put everything together, like all of the stuff that they've given us into pieces. I put it all into one timeline so we can kind of compare stuff. And a couple things stood out. So we went over it Friday, but Friday's stream was a little bit weird. It just, stuff kept happening. It was I forgot to change the settings because I played the video. I found the video that they were texting him about saying, that he was on Instagram Live talking crazy. This was like a couple days before the murders. So I found it and I forgot to change the settings on, because I have everything set to here because, I don't cuss a lot on stream. We try to keep everything pretty clean here for the most part. But we're more like, PG or PG-13. And his the video that he did, the Instagram Live, was not. So I forgot to change the settings. So we were playing it, and then they interrupted the stream. Not like a trouble or anything, just because I didn't change the settings. So I had to go afterwards and change my settings from, no, we don't cuss. We're good, to, we use some colorful language. So everything's fine. But they interrupted it, and then it was like this whole, it just, stuff kept happening. So we went over the timeline, but there was a lot of interruptions and stuff. So I found some stuff that when you layer everything together, it is kind of interesting. And I think what I'm going to do is possibly this evening when I do I'm going to do the members only recap. YouTube probably thought I was hacked. They were like, okay, she doesn't normally talk like this. I mean, the video that we were playing, it was extremely colorful language. And there was a lot of things in there that were, terms that I would never use. And it was a lot of those words into one little moment. And it was within the first 2 hours, which also made YouTube raise their eyebrow at me. So anyway, it got interrupted. There was a whole, whatever. So, but I want to make sure that, some of the stuff that we found is, kind of cohesive. So I think what I'm going to do is when they finish with the detective going over the different, the extra things that he's adding to the timeline. When they finish going over that, I'm going to make a short video just going over all of that and then kind of the patterns and some of the stuff that we found. And then that way, we'll have the complete timeline together so that as defense is presenting their case, we can, take a look at it to see, what's happening when and, what their whole jam is. So we'll see. I'm excited to see what else they have to say, and I'm excited to see what the defense has to say. One thing that really stood out to me putting everything together is that I think that it is really sad seeing the way that Melly and Jamie talked to each other. Because he had, some moments where he was, obviously extremely disrespectful to her. And it's not okay. But at the same time, you see so much of their chat, where it's like a very close mother and son speaking. And I think that that's, it kind of makes me sad because it does kind of make that mom come out of me, like, man, like this would be hard as a mother to go through. Fur Baby's mom, congratulations on your 1 month anniversary. Thank you. Thank you for being a member. Thank you for hanging out with us. So that part made me sad. But and then also there were a few other things, like hearing him talk about Sack and or hearing him talk to Sack, I should say, and saying, him saying like, you're my brother. I'm riding with you. He's like, you're the one who calms me when I'm, out of my mind or whatever. Hearing that stuff made me sad too, because, that's like, it makes me sad. But then, then there's that other side of it. Like if they were so close and he cared about him so much, he would have gone to the hospital. We know he was in the area. And then, just things like that. So it's definitely one of those things when you put everything together, you can see that there are two sides of everything. So I'll be curious to see defense, and what they have to say about it. And, let's hear their, version of everything and, what they have to say. So it'll be interesting. A couple of things that stood out on the timeline that we talked about the other day are, let's see, let me pull it up real quick and we can take a look. There was a lot of conversation, and we'll go over it at lunch. I'm going to use the lunch break to kind of do a quick recap of where we're at so far on the timeline. But there was a lot of conversation, in the beginning, like in the beginning of the timeline that they give us, which is, starts about August 20th, 21st, whatever it was. So there's conversations between, I was referring to them as recruitment team number one, the two different pairs of guys that were kind of recruiting Melly for G-Shine. He spoke back and forth to Bappa and Goon, who were kind of recruitment team number one. They were sending him the information, about the what they call it, like the knowledge and the Bible and stuff like that. They were talking to him about about Godfather and how he's in the music industry, and they were name dropping. And Goon even said something about, you're walking with me now, so you're a reflection of me and of the Godfather. And Melly did not respond to them as quickly as they wanted, but he did. When he responded, he did respond in a way that was like, he said, yeah, let's do this. He's asking for the information. He said that he had already done what he needed to do to, to be inducted in, and, but he said he'll do it again, for a third time or whatever. And so they're going back and forth, and there was communication. But then once he meets Herc, who was from recruitment team number two, he seems to kind of hit it off with Herc a little bit more. So then Herc and Gino, recruitment team number two, kind of become the ones that he ends up actually going with. So when recruitment team number one, they call him and he's like, who are you walking with? He said, Gino. So that causes the tension. But it's interesting to see that leading up to it, there wasn't as much communication. He kind of wasn't communicating with recruitment team number one as much once he met recruitment team number two. But then a little after the murders, I noticed, like, when you put everything together, it kind of picked up a little bit more, which was interesting. I'm still not quite sure, and I haven't gone back over this again in like a whole lot of depth like I want to yet. I took the weekend and did not do any work, so I needed that. So I haven't had a chance to go through and look as deep as I want to yet. But I'm still not quite sure why, like, the relevance of bringing the gang stuff into it, other than I see the patterns of he was talking to recruitment team number one, and then he met, team number two, started talking to them, wasn't really super involved in answering either of them, and then communication picked back up after the murders. And then the only other thing that I picked up on that I noticed was that while he, they said that he was on Instagram Live talking wild, he was talking that night about, he was on the Instagram live and he was talking about G shines, and he was talking a lot about all that stuff. And, he started stacking on video and stuff like that. And I noticed that they sent him a text with the oath while he was live. And the text, with the oath was about, respecting, everything in public, and loyalty and all that kind of stuff. So I'll be curious to see, I hope that they tie all of the stuff that they've given to us together, because I can tie it together as much as I can from here, but I don't have all the information that they have. So I want to hear what they have to say, so we can get their entire story. So that way, when we go into defense, and get to hear the defense side of it, we'll have an entire story to, compare it to, so we can see what makes sense. So we'll see. Thank you. I think it helps to see everything all together. It definitely helps me to see everything all together. It does feel like way more into it than day 15. It feels like we've lived here for months and months. And months and months. And months and months. I feel really bad for the jury. And keep in mind, they've been, asking about how much longer for how long now? And every time they give an estimate, it just keeps, like, I don't know. I think they keep adding on. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully, everything can get pulled in together. We can see, what is the date even today? The 17th. It's a going. I'll get my notes ready. But I think that when I'll do the members only recap at the end of today. And then I think that when the state rests, I'll do a video of the entire timeline and how they put everything together. So, because, a lot has happened, and we're only on day 15, but this has been going on for about 6 or 7 years now, it feels like. So there's a lot of things, between sidebars and vacation time and, sick attorneys, sick jurors, there's been a lot of time that has passed between all the evidence. So when the state rests, I will put everything together all into one cohesive timeline, so that it'll refresh our memory, so that when we go into, defense, we'll, remember what all they said, so that we can hear what defense has to say. I think, how many hours have actually been spent on the actual trial and not the sidebars? Is someone still keeping count? I believe Marie Moss is. I think she had the tally. Yep, there we go. She's still counting. This is the trial that doesn't end. Yeah. That's for sure. I put Lucy's little bed right here at my feet, and I was looking to make sure she's there, and she's there. Riri knows. Felicia knows. Jamie knows. There's a lot of people that know what happened, but there just ain't a lot of people that will talk. One of the things too that I found interesting when we put everything together, and I'd seen it on the text, but it didn't really hit me as interesting until I started kind of looking at everything and analyzing it more. It kind of went in one ear and out the other until I started kind of analyzing, is, and we talked about this a little bit Friday when we did the timeline stuff. When Jamie went to go to Melly's house, and she said she's going to get the trash. And this was about 12 hours after he had finally gone home. And then she's going to go get the trash. Now, there were other people staying in the house. So other people, if it was just a matter of taking the trash out, other people would have been taking the trash out. If it was a matter of taking the trash, I mean, it's a gated community. They ain't hauling it to the dump. So her going to get the trash is suspicious. It is one of those things that, there's not a whole lot of non-sketchy explanations for someone coming from another town to go get the trash that is in your house. So that was one thing that I thought was interesting too. So we'll see. I think it's really sad though, seeing the just the patterns of everything when it comes together. That's why I like doing one big timeline on everything in all the trials, because you really see a lot more than you do when you see it stuff individually. Yeah, Bob was so impressed and was shocked prosecution missed that. Oh, he was on Jay or Publicly Buzz later in the day, just raving about that fine. That's funny. I missed that. When we finished on Friday, I had literally stayed up all night on Thursday, finishing that so that I could have it all done. And then Friday I had a birthday dinner with, it was one of my friend's birthday, so we all went out. And then Saturday and Sunday, I just did not want to work. I needed 2 full days of nothing murdery. So I hadn't watched anything else or seen anything else. Let's see. Good morning. Good morning. Oh my gosh, it does look like a bird poop wall, doesn't it? Oh, that's funny. Oh, thanks, Lynn. Now I can't unsee that. See that door opening. Means they're getting close. How long do you think it's going to be before we get our first sidebar? Yeah, nothing murdery. That's my. I have to have certain days sprinkled in where there's nothing murdery, so it's good for my mental health. Let's see. Liam says maybe because it doesn't lead up to anything because his mom isn't even a witness. I mean, if she was, do you think that it would do any good? You think she'd get up there and say anything? It'd be like another Felicia where it's like pulling teeth to get anything. That's the thing about, okay, so let's say defense put her on the witness list and called her. You think it's going to do any good? She ain't going to tell the truth about any of that. She ain't going to say anything against him. So there's no point in them pulling her. They can't make her get up there and tell the truth. She's either, going to have amnesia like some of the others, or she's going to avoid it. So. Yeah, I don't recall. That bug's going around out there. I don't recall. Um, in order to charge her, um, you know, that's the thing, is like there's a lot of people that are implicated in this whole thing, but having enough to, they're only going to charge somebody if they have enough to convict them. So, and I don't think they do. They do that to me every time. So loud. Um, yes, I have researched her background quite a bit. Um, and even though her assistant, who works directly with her with these witnesses, he has been convicted uh, of witness tampering, but they technically, I mean, he was, and he was disbarred, but they can't say it was her. But I'm not a fan of the female attorney. Look, I think that the other two, I think Stu, you know, bless his heart, I know he gets his cranky pants on, but I think he does a good job overall. I think David A. Howard does a fantastic job. I think he's a wonderful attorney. I'm not a fan of Raven. I don't like the way she talks to people. I don't like her level of disrespect. And I thought, well, maybe it's just, in my head. And then when you start pulling up the, complaints against her from different attorneys and different clients and stuff, like, I'm not the only one who thinks that. When you read the depositions and the way she talks to the victim's mom, I didn't like that. I don't like her giggling with Melly in front of the victims' families. I don't like much at all about her, honestly. I haven't found her, and watching her do um, the cross-examination of the cell phone stuff wanted to make me pull my hair out, because no matter how many times they kept saying, he explained it over and over and broke it down. I was thinking, there's literally no way that anybody could not understand this after the sixth, and that's not an exaggeration, 6 times just during the cross-examination. That's not even during the direct, just during the cross-examination, that he broke it down, and he kept telling her, you're asking me about it pinging. This report that you're pointing at and talking about these are not cell phone pings. This is the engineering report. This is towers recognizing the phone. The phone is in the area. So and then she's like, so you're saying it couldn't ping off of this one and this one. He broke it down so many times, and it's like she wasn't getting it, or I don't know if that was part of her strategy. She was faking it and trying to confuse the jury. I don't know. But if she was faking it and trying to confuse the jury, then it backfired on her, because he broke it down and explained it so many times. You cannot confuse it anymore. There's no way to confuse it. Like, he broke it down. The witness did a great job. And this is actually the one they're trying to get back on, which is why I think part of the reason they do want him back on, because she completely failed at that cross-examination. And maybe they want somebody else who, can actually understand it to give it a shot. But I'm not a fan. Not a fan of her. I don't understand why she's on the team either. And somebody said that she was the head attorney, but if you notice, like, when they take the papers over, as they're going to enter her stuff into evidence, she don't look at them. They hand them to David and Stu. She don't look at them. She don't cross-examine anybody. She don't do anything. And even when she is the one making objections, you can hear them telling her what to say. So I don't know. I mean, I know she was like a real estate attorney. You can see videos. I've watched some of her videos. A real estate attorney, she seems like she might know what she's talking about. But in this, I just have not seen anything that makes me have, you know, any positive feelings towards her. But, what do I know? I'm not an attorney. I may not be an attorney, but I understood the dang cell phone chart. That's a good question, Stephanie Willis. I wonder what the jury thinks about Raven. I'm betting that most don't like her. I would think that if they see her, because we even saw like in Boom's, tweets and stuff that one of the moms even got so upset with them like giggling and being like that, she had to get up and walk out. So I just feel like, as an attorney, I feel like you should have a certain level of decorum and respect for the victims' families in there. And seeing her behavior, reading the way she talked to the victims' moms in the depositions, and just all of that, I just not a fan. And if y'all love her, that is totally fine. We don't have to like the same attorneys, but I'm not a fan. Good morning. We still got some people filing in. We are now 22 minutes late. Shocker. They're late. Shocker. Frankie's World says, I think it's perfectly okay to dislike an attorney as much as people aren't fans of Raven Liberty, myself included. I'm also not a fan of the lead prosecutor. Yeah, I think that the prosecutor has gotten better as time has gone through the trial. But she also has one of those, and I don't mean this like in a negative way. This is just my opinion on, it's just my opinion. And Lord knows I'm full of them. She almost has like her tone, and I don't think she means to do it, but her tone comes across as like one of those like condescending tones, and it's like almost like in the way that when she tries to, let me not say tries because it could just be natural for her, but when she's like, okay, and why is that? And her, okay, like it almost sounds like, you know how like when you're in trouble in school and your teacher's like, getting onto you, and they probably want to punch you in the face, but they can't because you're a kid, and it's illegal and stuff, and so they get like that condescending tone, like they're really trying to keep their cool. That's what her voice sounds like to me. And I don't think that, I'm not saying it in a bad way. I think it could just be her tone. It could just be, that could be my perception. Maybe I have a teacher that I remember like that and it just reminds me of that. Who knows? But I think it comes across as that, and it makes it sound almost like, even if she's not trying to be condescending in the moment, I think that it makes her sound condescending, and then she has those moments where, she will try to get stuff in there. But I do understand that, if she, had all of this information and, all these depositions and all this stuff before, and now here she is in trial, and all of the stuff that she was able to, have to help build her case. Now all these people have amnesia and don't want to come and all that. Then I could see why, she's upset. And I can understand as like a person, like as a human, her want to try to, get stuff in there that the jury, will hear or whatever. But then again, as a prosecutor, you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. So, but a lot of people comment on her voice. I don't think that, like I would love to hear her talk like just in regular whatever. Like maybe that's like, how we have a phone voice, like any of y'all that's ever worked like where you have to like pretend to be nice and happy on the phone or whatever. Like we all have our phone voice, like, and then you have like your regular voice. So I wonder, I would like to hear like her real live voice. And I wonder if it's the same, you know, maybe that's just her phone voice or whatever. So who knows? Oh yes. Someone mentioned it just moved and now I can't see it, but someone just mentioned the settlement for the Beach family and look, any of us that watched the Murdaugh trial, we heard boat crash case. That term, I put it on my Twitter, we heard like 1.2 million times, over and over and over and over. And it was one of the main catalysts, you know, for everything involved in all things Murdaugh. So they were able to reach a settlement yesterday, which makes me very happy for the Beach family because, you know, that's one more thing that they can put behind them. And I'm glad they don't have to sit through a trial on that. So that's good. Welcome, Jenny O'Brien. Welcome to your first live. Y'all, it's so funny because I like to hear different opinions about things because when I'm watching, you know, I'm not an attorney, so I'll sit here and I'll react, and it's just like my honest, like normal human reaction. And I'll think what I think and I'll say it. And sometimes like I don't have a filter. And if I'm thinking something, if I don't say it, then you can see it on my face. And but I just react to things like just as a regular person. But I know enough of the law of what I've watched from trials for so long, but I'm not an attorney. And I say that all the time, you know, I'll say, this is my opinion, but what do I know? I'm not an attorney. So I watch, The Lawyer You Know is one of the ones that I love to watch his recaps on stuff because I like to hear what he says. And I was watching the other day and he used,
I think everybody's here now, but can I see the attorney sign more, please?
I was immediately like, as soon as I saw it pull up, I was like, oh my God, what did I say? What all did I say? And I'm thinking like, you know, because when I sit here talking to y'all, sometimes like I just say whatever's in my mind and then I don't even remember what I said at the end of the day.
It's Liberty Bay for that.
First sidebar, we made it 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds we made it. Welcome, new member. Welcome. What's your number before? Well, either way, welcome. So close. Life Lesson says Liberty is great. Liberty like Raven Liberty? Tell me what you like about her. That is just awful. I have to mute that because that's awful. Amanda Hagerman just gifted 5 memberships. Law Nerd Amber, Ivan Joyderbaum, Candace Hoff, Tracy, and ICU were all gifted memberships by Amanda Hagerman. Thank you so much. Oh, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense.
Mrs. Brandi?
I was looking for something to like in her.
Nope.
Hadn't found it yet.
There's one.
Here we go. Number 1. Jenny O'Brien, you missed the first sidebar. May we approach? Off to a hot start. We are, what are we? 32 minutes in, and we've gotten a lot accomplished so far. We live here now.
Could you bring S manual to me? Yes, sir.
What papers he got? Prosecuting attorney for Rudolph, hands down. Oh, hands down, the one for Rudolph. Both of them. They were awful.
Let the record reflect the approach of the defendant, the counsel, the assistant attorneys, and one of our jurors is saying, I got your message, your note, and I shared it with the attorneys. I don't quite understand. I guess, are you indicating this is a financial hardship to you? It said you're at work, but you're truly needed there, but it says your pay is short by a substantial number. And so I don't know if you're telling us it's a financial hardship on you to continue, or what you really mean by the message.
Well, I really sacrificed it in the beginning, but since I was targeted to be questioned without the internet and all that, I'm like, no, I'm just done with it.
Well, nobody tries to embarrass anybody, and I know you wrote in here about trying to be embarrassed. We're not. It's just something came up, and we just inquired the jurors what's going on, if there's an issue or not an issue. And so the question in this message is you're suggesting that on one end you want to be the alternate, so I would like to be an alternate. And then it goes on and says that your pay is short, and it seems like it's causing you financial hardship. So
It hasn't caused me a hardship, but like I said, since I feel like I'm really not needed here anyway, since I was questioned, just get to go back to work. And I mean, if I have to sit and then get alternate, I just choose to be alternate. I want to do my duty, but since I was questioned, like I was doing something wrong.
let me stop. No. That's when issue comes up, we just talk to jurors, and you're under oath, and we trust that you're giving us a truthful answer. You gave us an answer, and we move on. That's all. They're just trying to put on the record whenever there's an issue that comes up, we ask the jurors and talk to the jurors about it. Nobody's trying to embarrass anybody. Nobody's trying to, in any way, shape, or form, do that. The only issue is there's procedures in place, and when an issue comes up, I need to inquire. That's my job. I have to inquire. I'm not trying to embarrass anybody. So you're telling me it's not a financial hardship. You want to do your duty. Is that correct?
Yes, until, because I know you have to take off shit alternates, right? And I just want to be on it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to find out what the Thank you. Let the record reflect the juror step down. Counsel remain along with the defendant. So, Counsel, you ready to proceed?
Yes,
Want
sir.
to take any action this time?
No, sir.
Nope. State, nope. All right, so we're all set, ready to go?
Yes.
All right, bring jury, where's the witness?
I have to go get him, Judge. He's in.
Let's get the witness first, though.
Still using this. Okay.
Off to a bang this morning. All right, I'm gonna go and put back on the stand because they're bringing him in now. Lead detective Mark Moretti. We'll pin it. I've been seeing clips from that one, and the judge won't let them do it live, but they release the clips of it and stuff, and that one's a hot mess. I haven't got to watch it all yet, though. Yeah, it sounded to me, correct me if I'm wrong, what I heard was that she's going to stay. I could see this being a financial hardship too. She said it wasn't that. She said that she was needed at work and that she doesn't, feel like she's needed here or something. And she wants to do her duty, but since she was questioned, so it sounds like they questioned her about something and then she's, maybe got into her feelings about it and thought that it meant more than it did. That was a juror. I saw on that one, I saw where he was trying to, the one who's representing himself when he was questioning, he was trying to get stuff in. And I saw the prosecutor like, objection, and, like hollering like they were mad. Yeah, and they've been asking about how long this is going to take. Think about this. This is okay. It's only 15 days of court, but this has been going on for this long, and they haven't been able to go in there. It's not like they could just, a lot of them can't just park into work when they find out that Raven's pretending to be sick.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good to see you. Hope you have a pleasant weekend. In any event, we're back on the record. Now you can see it. Thank you. Let the record reflect the presence of the Demetrius Council, the Assistant State Attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, as I say, ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have a nice weekend. I think we're all ready to proceed. Is we're ready out there? Yes, sir. Can you bring them in, please?
Yeah, their jury selection started in like April.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Detective, as I'm sure you're well aware, we placed you on the road last week, right?
Yes, sir.
And I want to let you know you're still in your direct examination, but you remain understood.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam, if you're ready, you may continue with your direct examination.
Okay, Detective Marty, we were in the middle of
You guys
publishing
okay.
the state's last numbered exhibit, which was 117. 117. So on the first page, which is actually page 71,473 for council, then we were discussing the user and the messages between YNW Melly Instagram and JKingRN.
Excuse me, Ms. Bradley, the monitor's not working here.
Oh, let me turn that on, thank you.
So this is when she tells him to go lay down. This is when he's doing that Instagram live where they said he's talking crazy and all that. This is her telling him during that, go lay down.
They turn it on and off.
Okay. Well, it might be a little inconvenient if you could perhaps we could just use this screen here.
Yes, ma'am.
So Detective Marty, if you could publish the text of October 24th, 2018, 5:01:23 UTC from the user J King. All right.
That the text was Jamel Demons, go lay down, I love you, all in capitals.
And remember, demons like rhymes with lemons. I know. Okay, going on to October 26th, 2018. Publishing the next message here, and this is 10:58:02 UTC. If you could remind us again, the math calculation on October 26th of 2018 to get from UTC time to local Eastern time.
You just subtract 4 hours from the what you see at UTC, and that gets you into the Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, and so who was the author of this message and who was it sent to?
The author was J.KingRN, and it was sent to YNW Melly.
And what was the content of that message?
Are you okay? Question mark. I'm here in Miami. Send me an address. I'm by the stadium. I'm a mess.
So this is
So
after
staying on that same thread ID, October 26th, 2018, and for Defense Counsel, that's page 75,935. The next message of October 26th, 2018, 11:26:16 UTC. What is the message?
I'm so worried. I'm here. Do you want me to come to your house?
And going to the next message, the response, and who is that from?
It is from the account of YNW Melly, and it is to J.KingRN.
And what is the content of that message?
I'm good, Mom.
Continuing down the next message in that thread, October 26, 2018, 11:26:31 UTC. Who is the author?
The author is J.KingRN.
And what is the text of the message?
I love you.
And who is it sent to?
YNW Melly.
Continuing on page 75,936 for Defense Counsel. And at the top of the page, the message of October 26, 2018, 11:26:38 UTC.
The message is, love you too.
And who is that from?
YNW Melly to J.KingRN.
So the response message, October 26, 2018, 11:26:58 UTC. What does the message say?
I need to find the hospital near you.
And who is that going to?
J.KingRN is the author, and recipient is YNW Melly.
The response from YNW Melly, 10/26/2018, 11:35:59 UTC.
The message is, I don't want to go.
So Detective Marty, I want to take a break from the Instagram for a second. We'll come back to that one. During the course of the investigation, did you author a number of search warrants?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many search warrants do you think you authored?
Well over 40, ma'am.
Okay. Did those include search warrants for the Instagram social media of Cortland Henry?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many of those were done for Cortland Henry?
We did one for Cortland Henry's Instagram account, one for his Gmail account, and one for a phone number associated with him.
Were there any indications in those social media accounts or anything else that he was using the YNW Melly account?
No, ma'am, none whatsoever.
Were there any indications that Mr. Henry or anyone else was saying contact or talking about any indications of using the 9007 phone number?
No, ma'am.
We talked briefly about some of the financials when we were on the stand a couple of days ago. During the course of this investigation, did you author subpoenas to get all of those financial records?
Yes, ma'am.
In the total amount of money and the time frame, if you could explain how much money was coming into these accounts?
The total coming in, and I done the subpoena started from I think right around March to for the Sun Trust, which is truest now. So it'd be March, April, May.
Do we have the account number, name?
Thank you.
So Detective Marty, in terms of you talked about the Sun Trust account.
Yes, the Sun Trust account was in the name. I don't know the last four of the account number, but the account was in the name of Jameson Francois.
It's tracked.
Jameson Francois.
And in terms of the business account for Jameson Francois, were some of the beneficiary or payouts of that to Jamel Devins?
Yes, ma'am.
The total amount of money that went in to the Sun Trust account as well as the Chase account,
Yes, ma'am.
about how much money went in?
Total amount for those two accounts for a 30-month period was about $16 million.
How much?
16 million.
16?
16.
Okay. Detective Murray, in terms of the swabs that were put into evidence previously from the Jeep, do you know on what date the swab of the interior passenger door for the rear driver's side, do you know what date that was collected on?
10/26/2018.
So you discussed briefly as well about looking at the car on October 26th of 2018, about there being damage to the car. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
You had, and I asked you the next question as to, do you recall if there was a discussion as to how the car had been damaged previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to review the statement since that you took at Portland Henry?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you now recall where that damage to the front hood supposedly occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
In Atlanta, Georgia.
In terms of the statements or anything about the damage to the tires or the rims, did you ask the defendant, Mr. Henry, about that, those tires or rim damage in that statement? And if you don't recall,
Yeah, I don't recall this time.
so I'm gonna, with looking at a copy of that statement, refresh your recollection.
Yes, ma'am.
So looking in for defense counsel, page 6 of 13 of the transcript. And it's gonna be-
16 million is a lot. That's he said 30-month period. 2.5 years.
Detective Marty, did Mr. Henry describe some sort of incident in which the Jeep ran into a median?
Yes, ma'am. According to his statement, is when the alleged drive-by occurred, he swerved and hit the median.
Okay, and did you notice any damage or anything consistent with that on that Jeep?
No, ma'am.
So you mentioned you've done on a Facebook account on that. And so I'm now going to be showing what's been previously shown to defense counsel and marked as states in tuple R. So, Your Honor, at this point, the state would offer states in tuple R pursuant to 90.803 sub 6 as a business record.
Any objection?
Objections on grounds previously raised.
So we'll be admitted.
It was 16 million total from
So Detective
Track's
Brandi, we
account
discussed
and Melly's account in the
The
30
Facebook account on that. Was there a cell phone number that was associated with the Jamel Demons Facebook account?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
772-713-9807.
We all have it memorized. He didn't even have to look at the paper.
Okay, publishing page 1. Detective Moretti, could you explain the line where it says date range?
The date range is where when we author the warrants, that's the date range to where we're requesting that the provider, which is Facebook, all of the data they have during that time frame.
Okay, and so what is the time frame that was covered under this particular search warrant?
10/1/2018 to 1/18/2019.
Okay, and what was the name of the account?
Jamel.Demons.
Demons, right?
Demons, my apologies.
Okay, in terms of the email addresses that are on there, on that account, are those some of the email addresses that we've talked about previously?
Yes, ma'am.
On the registration date, September 19th, 2010, what is that?
That's the date that the account was created with Facebook.
Now, the next thing is part of page 1 is listed as mobile devices. What are the mobile devices, are a portion of the Facebook returns?
That's all the mobile devices that are connecting to the account.
And does this go back until the creation date?
It goes back to the date to where we authored the warrant.
So in terms of does some of this information go from the beginning of the account itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And the phone number you mentioned on there, and this is now on page 4. What phone number was verified on this account?
772-713-9807.
And going to the PayPal account, what was the email for the PayPal account that was associated with this Facebook account?
mellymontana@icloud.com.
And if you recall, what was the name of the Snapchat account that was previously introduced into evidence as state 7?
Melly, Montana.
In terms of the IP logins, did you do any additional research on these particular IPs?
No, ma'am.
During the course of the investigation, did you have the opportunity to review all of the messages and content on Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there ever any indication somebody else was using that account?
No, ma'am.
In terms of the location, Pembroke Road and US 27 on the south side of the street, what jurisdiction is that in?
City of Miramar,
What county?
Broward County,
What state?
Florida.
And in terms of the individual that you've been identifying as Jamel Demons, do you see him in court today?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize him?
He's wearing a black jacket, white shirt, sitting next to Mr. Adelson.
Okay, and the records reflect an in-court identification of the defendant.
Yes, counsel.
That's a different court reporter today.
Okay, so I want to go on to the last Instagram message thread that we'll talk about in this case.
Yeah, that was all from
previously shown
Track the
to defense
Melly.
counsel as states quintuple S, and a copy provided thereof. Detective Brandi, do you recognize states quintuple S?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
Is the Excel spreadsheet I created. I was able to isolate the thread ID and put it into a more readable format, because sometimes it's difficult reading it from the several thousand Facebook, Instagram pages. So I put it into a format on Excel that you could easily read through and see the to and froms.
Okay. Does that fairly and accurately depict the thread ID between an individual identified as PZ_Gambino and the YNW Melly Instagram account?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the thread ID ending in 99651?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it any additions or deletions from the thread ID from the Instagram business records?
No, ma'am.
Now, at this time, the state would request to move states quintuple S in as states 119.
And we approach. Yes.
Well, we were making some progress. Jenny O'Brien, I see where you said you started watching Travis Rudolph case and you're on day 6 and you're hooked. That one gets incredibly wild. It's a wild case. We've had Mark Shiner on the show with us twice. We had once by himself and then once with him and Heidi. So when you finish, watch those 2 interviews because they give some background stuff and some behind the scenes stuff that didn't come out in the trial, including some stuff about Dramamine. Oh, Dramamine. The first sidebar took about 2 seconds.
What's the next number?
States quintuple S will be marked states 119.
So detectives are ready. So it's clear on this page 1 and page 2, they go together.
Yes, sir.
And you did the calculations or adjustments for Eastern Standard 2 from UTC in this particular document.
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of, without saying specifically what, was Mr. Gambino offering merchandise to be sold to the YNW Melly account?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it real estate?
No, ma'am.
Were they physical, tangible items?
Yes, ma'am.
So going forward to the dates and times in question. When you're going through on this, I want to make sure it's clear that this first line corresponds to the page numbers. And where are you getting those page numbers from when you generated this document?
Top right-hand corner of the records provided to us from Facebook.
And this particular conversation, were you able to go through and isolate all of the information on this thread ID?
Yes, ma'am.
So with your permission, I'm going to go through, if we can just, if it says sender PZ Gambino, I will read it aloud, and if you would respond with whenever the sender is YNW Melly.
Okay.
So first message, 10/19/2018, 1906. Sends a photograph from PZ Gambino.
Then 10/19/2018 at 1907, a message from the account of YNW Melly to PZ Gambino, tell him 450.
10/19/2018, 1911, PZ Gambino, please say 5.
10/19/2018 at 1911, YNW Melly, 475.
10/19/2018, 1929, PZ Gambino, say less.
10/19/2018 at 1932, YNW Melly, 480 at the most. 10/19/2018 at 1938, YNW Melly, what'd he say?
10/19/2018, 1953, 480, call that number when you ready.
10/19/2018 at 1959, YNW Melly, red. 10/19/2018, 2024, YNW Melly, yo.
10/19/2018, 2029, PZ Gambino, yo.
10/19/2018 at 2032, YNW Melly. Might have to Uber, y'all. 10/19/2018, 2033, YNW Melly. To my crib and Uber y'all back.
I'm gonna fast forward now in terms of the timeline and go to October 25th of 2018. Going to specifically 10/25/2018, 1436. PZ Gambino, you got a old iPhone you don't use. 10/25/2018, 1442. PZ Gambino sends a photograph.
10/25/2018 at 1540, YNW Melly. Hell no.
10/25/2018, 1542. PZ Gambino, damn, all right.
10/25/2018 at 1543, YNW Melly. You need one?
10/25/2018, 1543. PZ Gambino, hell yeah, dog, I need a phone ASAP. Okay.
10/25/2018, 1940, YNW Melly. The response is an unidentified emoji.
10/25/2018, 1940, PZ Gambino, YNW Melly, unidentified emoji. So when it says unidentified emoji, how are you able to translate that or see what those are?
It's usually little tiny like rectangles or little squares. It identifies its emoji, but when we try to put it into a Word document or something to translate to see what it is, we don't read it.
Okay. Do some of them translate in a Word document?
Some do, some don't.
Okay. So going to October 26th of 2018, not this specific conversation, but in reviewing the totality of the Instagram messages, are people checking in with the defendants or the YNW account?
Stay.
Are individuals sending messages to the YNW Melly account?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of, are there responses to each of those messages from the YNW Melly account?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
This is the same one he said I did
Images
too,
and
isn't it?
photographs that were still circulating on
I did
social
that.
media on October 26th of 2018. Were they all their accurate and true statements as to what happened?
Sustain.
In terms of the October 26th, 2018 Facebook messages and social media information about these shootings that had happened.
There was a lot of false images.
Sustain.
Move to strike on curative instruction.
Jury district.
If we could approach?
Sure.
Okay, so PZ Gambino is, hold on, let me double check before I say this because I don't like giving wrong information. I swear that's Patrick Deloach. Let me check. Yeah, Patrick Deloach, PZ Gambino. He's the one who asked after the murders, hey, are you okay? And he said, Melly's response was, yeah, I did that. SHIT. We're still in the first 2 hours. I can't cuss yet because of my settings. And then the next thing he said was, shh.
Detective Moretti, was there a video of a white Jeep that was circulated on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a white Jeep involved in this in any way, shape, or form?
No, ma'am.
When you are going through the messages, you mentioned that the defendant did respond to some of them.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm gonna go and pull up page 75,932. So Detective Moretti, I want to continue in that same thread with Mr. Gambino, PZ Gambino, that particular message. And I want to go to specifically October 26th, 2018,
That's going to be it.
1940 UTC. Or, I'm sorry.
Yep, there it is.
10/26, 2018. You mentioned you can copy and paste them into Word to Excel. On October 26th of 2018 at 20:02:18 UTC, what does the YNW Melly account state?
I did that with a smiley emoji.
In terms of what was that in response to from the PZ Gambino account?
Objection.
Overruled.
The PZ Gambino account asked him if he was okay, and his response was, I did that, and placed a smiley face emoji.
And the next message from 10/26/2018 at 16:02 from Eastern Standard Time, the YNW Melly account says what?
After that, SHHHH.
And could you please stand and point on the right side of the screen exactly which part you're saying where the YNW Melly account says, I did that?
I did that. This is the thread ID. This is the text. This is the author. This is the recipient. They come down here, same thing. The ID is for the actual message, which is just specific to that one message. Then the thread ID is the actual continued message. They come down here to it says text. The SHHHH.
No further questions, Aaron.
Keep that up, will you please?
Of course.
Lead Detective Moretti. You are the lead detective.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, yes.
Well, you just promoted me, so you better apologize to the judge.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I'd like to I can't see my eyes. Could you point to where I did that? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how do you spell that?
THAT.
Okay. Let me show you some copies of 9807 without going through all the messages.
They're gonna point out that he says it a lot of times saying DAT.
They're all from exhibits that you would have. May I mark this as a composite exhibit? Please. Do you have any objection?
Council, are you offering it?
I'm going to offer it in that, yes. As a
Are you doing
composite.
it now?
Huh?
Are you doing it now? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yes.
State of any objection?
Starting evidence, if you just would cross-reference from which exhibit you got these from.
I wish I could. There's 4,000 of them that we took samples.
Excuse me one second. So it's submitted. What's the next exhibit number?
Look at Stu walking around with his cranky pants. I love it when he paces around like he's so mad.
Exhibit D,
It's going to be offered in evidence. So
and offered in evidence as defense 4.
in evidence is defense 4.
I'm sorry, defense 2.
Defense 2, I'm sorry.
Pre-marked as defense.
And how many pages?
I didn't.
Conversation clerk to do it.
I apologize.
No problem.
I get past, when they mention 70,000, I get confused. And while he's marking them, may I ask the witness a question?
Yes, sir. I think he's done. How many pages?
It's a composite of 19.
19 pages. We're making it a little simpler. This is coming from 9807, the phone.
I don't know which,
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Spelled on this, T-H-A-T, that, correct?
correct.
This is coming from the 9807 that the state has introduced thousands of pages indicating
Council testifying.
Overruled.
that it belongs, or it's a phone that Melly uses, correct?
Correct.
Page 1 of defense exhibit coming from 9807. Would you tell the jury how he spells that?
That, D-A-T.
D-A-T. Page 2. Will you tell the jury how he spells that?
D-A-T.
D-A-T. Not T-H-A-T, D-A-T, correct?
Right.
Page 3, coming out of 9807. How does he spell that?
D-A-T.
So when Melly spells the word that, you want me to go through all 19 pages, or will you take my word that every time, coming out of 9807, that's attributed to this young man that's writing the message, he does not spell it T-H-A-T, but D-A-T. Would you like to look through them?
No, sir, you're asking me to explain that the one moment he decided to use proper
One-
grammar.
One moment, these phone messages sitting there.
One at a time. All right. What's the objection? Overruled.
These phone messages that the state introduced sitting on this pages that we painfully went through he spells it D-A-T, not T-H-A-T. Except for this one occasion, right?
Correct.
What a strange. I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. You have a paper clip, I see. Put it on the table. Somewhat unusual, wouldn't you think? Okay. Before we get into your investigation totally, you became aware that the state employed or brought in the FBI to analyze these phones, correct?
Yes, sir.
They brought in the FBI,
Actually, correction, sir, to analyze the cell site tower, not the actual phones.
cell site towers, so that they could tell the jury where these phones were located, correct?
Correct, sir.
Jameson, let's see for one second.
Yes, sir. Any trouble?
Okay, I had y'all that have been with me for a while. You've heard that drilling that has gone on in my condo building like for weeks now. We just had the city inspector come and inspect the door. So
Not
now they're
discuss
done.
the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or any more research. This is no take on your chairs, we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.
It has gone back and
All right, let
forth.
the record reflect the jury stepped out, Counselor Manning, along with the defendant. I understand that the defendant needs a restroom break, we arranged it for that as well.
Thank you.
All right, anything to discuss, counsel?
Other than that, you can take that off the screen. No, sir.
I've asked somebody to come up to try to figure out why it won't show on the other thing.
Can I leave my notes right here?
Sorry with me,
Um,
we're in recess.
To answer your question, Weather Watch, that it's gone back and forth some, but to be honest, like a lot of the evidence that they have had from the state is going to be incredibly difficult to overcome if there's not an alternate explanation. So I'm curious to see what the defense has to offer. I mean, here's the thing, saying that, you can, Stu's great with his theatrics, he's very dramatic, and it's almost like, if he stomps around like, how could this even be a thing, then he thinks he can convince the jury of it. Sometimes it works with attorneys, sometimes it doesn't, but he doesn't have a whole lot to work with. So, I mean, this, that one thing is all he really has on this. We know that if we look at the full timeline, like when this message was sent, compared to when, when other messages and conversations were happening. I mean, this is within minutes of him having, conversations with other people on the phone. So, I mean, I know it, I know some of y'all are annoyed with his theatrics. I enjoy it. I think it's funny, but I mean, he's doing his job. He's got to fight for his client. He don't have a whole lot to work with here. So he's got to use what he can get. All right. So while they're on a break, let's look at what did I miss while they were doing the building inspector was looking at the door? Oh yes. And for those of you who've been with me for a while and the drilling that has gone on for so long, building inspector just looked at the door. The city inspector just looked at the door and it's good. no more drilling. They're done with everything in the building. I don't even know what to do without the construction. Of course, I say that, but in September, we're going to have it again because they're doing floors, but whatever. Let's see. I think Stu is hilarious too. And I think that I've said this before on stream. He reminds me so much of the dad in Step Brothers. So every time he gets mad, I picture, the dad in Step Brothers, like, getting mad at Dale and Brennan. And so I like him. I think he's entertaining. I think I would be probably annoyed if I was the prosecutor, because he is aggressive with the witness. He's like, "Oh, isn't that funny that that's the only time?" But he's being theatrical. That's his style. All right, so let's look at the 1029, or I'm sorry, 1019 messages. So PZ Gambino is the one who I remembered seeing in the deposition. I pulled it up to make sure it was right, but PZ Gambino is Patrick DeLoach is the one he was talking to. Okay, so on 1019, October 19th, he's talking about prices and buying and selling and stuff like that. So it's sounding like they're saying that he's buying a gun, I'm assuming is where they're going with this. And then if you look at the timeline on the 19th, let's see what else was going on in that moment. 18, 10, 19. Okay, so on the 19th, he was playing. He had a show performing live at Carew, something like that, a place in Fort Lauderdale. That night, let's see what that day was like for them. The only things we have on the timeline from that day, Sack texted Melly that morning and said, "I ain't worried about him." But they didn't give us the context about who he was talking about. But he said, "I ain't worried about him." And then he said, "When we going up top, I need to give my mom this money, and we got to at least get peso." And then there were texts between him and Juvie. He said, "Bruh, with the gas." And then he said, "Bet." And then the next day, the only thing we have is the conversation between him and his mom, where she's telling him that he did good. And he says, and tells him, "Love you, be safe." And he says, "Thanks, Ma, love you, thanks for everything." She said, "I got you forever." So that's that. But now, obviously, they own multiple guns, or it's made to look like they own multiple guns because, he's always showing them in social media and stuff like that. But it is only a few days after that when he's in Chicago and Sack asks him, "Where's the gun?" And he tells Sack, "It's in my closet in the third shoebox." So he doesn't say gun. He says Fye, F-Y-E. It's gun. He says it's in my closet in the third shoebox. So maybe they're linking it together, saying that that's what he's talking about. So we'll see. I'll have to go back and watch what I missed while I was dealing with the door inspector, city inspector. Did I miss anything good? What is the fence doing when bringing up that versus dat? I think that they are trying to create doubt that it was him that sent that message. I mean, keep in mind, they don't have a lot to work with right now. So like this, you know, this is what they got.
I got it.
Oh, Raven.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of our jury, the defendant, Mr. Clemens, his counsel, the assistant attorney, the witness, Detective Mark Murray, was named on the witness stand. Counsel will approach. I think you're on your, just commence your cross-examination. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. When we took the break, we were talking about the state bringing in the FBI to plot out where the phones were. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And the reason they brought the FBI in is because the FBI has a special unit to map out and plot where phones are. And they do that not only in this country, but all over the world.
Correct.
And the FBI agent they brought in was, in fact, Special Agent Collins. And you met with him.
Yes, sir.
And he was from the CAST unit,
Yes, sir.
which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Yes, sir.
And that is a unit that is brought in not only throughout the United States, but throughout the world to plot out,
I didn't even notice.
find
Let me
the
move myself.
location of phones. Correct?
Correct.
And to render opinions as to where the phones are located at a particular time.
Correct.
Now, were you aware that in order for him to do that, one of the things he needed was the name of the cell provider? Correct.
Yes.
And the list of towers in the particular area that he's trying to locate the phone.
I don't know if he needed the list of towers, but that's standard.
Would it surprise you to learn that he needs not only the provider name, but the list of towers in a particular area so that he can attempt to map out and tell a jury like this where the phones are located at a particular time?
I have to disagree because the platform they use, CASPIDS, is linked with what's called NDCAC. It's the national database of all the cell towers that's maintained in the United States. So the platform they use is constantly updated. Now, when we use the platform we use, we have to update it periodically because more towers are added. So as for the fact that he needed it, I'm not sure about that, sir.
Okay. Are you aware
Good
that
answer.
even though they are the Rolls Royce of locating phones throughout the world, that they cannot pinpoint at a particular time exactly where a phone is at any particular time.
Correct,
They can only give a general area.
correct, sir.
That general area is approximately a couple miles wide, correct?
No, it's more like meters as compared to miles. It's accurate, but it's not precise.
I said that multiple times.
Now, you indicated to these folks that you looked at something on the cell records called environment,
Yes, sir.
and you use that as a guide to locate or plot where a particular phone is at a particular time, correct?
No, so that's inaccurate. The environment just tells us where the phone is interpreting where it's at. Example, it tells us if it's mobile, if it's outdoor, it tells us it's indoor. The environment has nothing to do with the location data. We use that in this case because every time we had an environment response from the T-Mobile records, I could corroborate it with video. Example, when he walked out of the recording studio at 3:18 a.m., the phone was registering outdoor.
How about when it was on I-75 or 595?
It was saying mobile. And if you would let me finish, every time the phone was registering outdoor, mobile, we had video to corroborate that. So he's walking, he's outdoors, it said mobile. It says outdoor. The second he gets in that vehicle and drives away, it switches over to mobile. On 595, we have video, mobile. On Hines Boulevard near the Monastery School, it says mobile. Passing McDonald's, mobile. After the shooting, after the murder, is coming back east on Hines Boulevard, it's saying mobile. So we had video to corroborate that one little instant, that one little section of the box.
Are you aware that the FBI never, ever uses the label environment because they cannot attest to the reliability of that?
Well, I can't attest to how the FBI operates. I can't attest to their
Could you
policy.
just answer my question, yes or no, and then explain?
I sustain the objection.
Repeat the question, sir.
Are you aware, yes or no, whether or not you're aware that the FBI does not look at the environment because they cannot attest to the reliability?
I am not aware of that.
Fair enough.
Okay, but he just said how he corroborated those things. So it's kind of a,
You also use latitude and longitude coordinates.
Yes, sir.
they can't attest reliability, but he had
Are
security
you
that helped
aware
him attest to it.
that the FBI does not rely upon the latitude and longitude when they determine where a phone is?
The latitude and longitude that comes into play on the true call data report of the cell phone. It's an estimate. The cell phone provider is providing us an estimate where they believe the phone might be. Like we said before, it's not precise, but it's accurate.
My question to you wasn't that. My question to you is, are you aware?
Excuse me. What's the objection?
You may approach briefly on.
Sure.
Okay, it's kind of getting a little ridiculous now. I get what he's wanting to do. He's wanting to be like, none of this is true, and how dare y'all even try to say this and all that. Okay, the FBI guy did say that they don't use environment because they can't corroborate it the way that they can, but that's why Detective Moretti was just saying, this is how we corroborated it. We have, we can see all the video of them when they're in motion, because we have the security footage. We can see the video. We know what time he walked, when he was inside the studio versus when he was outside the studio. So he's giving the examples of how he corroborated it. Yes, the FBI doesn't rely on that because they can't corroborate it, but he was giving examples of how he was able to corroborate it. So it's kind of a, but yeah, the other stuff he got completely wrong, which is surprising because.
Rephrase your question.
Yes, sir.
think they would have focused more on the actual.
Are you aware, sir, that the FBI does not use the latitude and longitude coordinates when doing their analysis?
No,
Are you aware, sir, that the FBI never uses a cellular analysis by itself to prove a case?
neither do we, sir.
All you are saying, basically, is that a phone may be in a general area, correct?
Correct, sir.
Cannot be 100% correct, right?
Correct.
And in fact, depending upon what tower it bounces off on, it could be totally incorrect.
There has been false readings with there has been false readings with towers. Sometimes, anomalies within the records, it happens.
And we've heard a lot of talk about chat messages, and you read with both prosecutors various messages for what I perceive to be days, but hours, days.
I would agree with you, it was pretty long.
Along. And they would say, I'm gonna pretend to be Mr. Smith, for instance, and you read the message coming from Judge Murphy, but we get in trouble, not Judge Murphy. How about that gentleman in the back from BSL?
Okay.
And the messages were read and identified as those two people, the state and that BSO officer sitting in that corner.
Yes, sir.
Basically, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware, in order to really tell a jury who the person is, you need that person, like this.
What's your suggestion?
Foundation.
Sustained phrase.
You've had training in analyzing phones,
Yes, sir.
somewhat, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have been an officer or a detective for some 20-plus years.
Yes, sir.
In order to identify someone's voice, you would need, legally in the courtroom, as you know, the person who made the phone call, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or the person who received the phone call. Did you ever speak to, what was his name, Gambino?
Yes, I did. Patrick Deloach is his real name. Deloach, Deloach.
Now, in addition to that, you told this jury that you attempted to, well, you did get some cameras off of 595 and I-75, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury if you could see who was in each vehicle?
No, sir, you cannot tell.
Could you tell this jury how many people were in each vehicle?
No, sir, you cannot tell.
And you did get a surveillance from Montessori School, correct?
Yes, sir. And McDonald's.
and McDonald's. Well, on Miramar Parkway, for instance, the only surveillance you got was from the Montessori school, correct?
No, Montessori School is on Pines Boulevard.
Okay. Did you get any surveillance from any of the cameras on Miramar Parkway?
More specifics are which one you're referring to.
Okay. How about the CVS that's on Miramar Parkway?
It doesn't cover up that far.
Did you pull it?
We went there.
Did you look at it?
Yes, sir.
How about Applebee's on Miramar Parkway?
Where's our Applebee's on Miramar Parkway?
We're on Dykes Road. On Miramar Parkway West, on Dykes Road, on the intersection.
Yeah, there's a pharmacy there, but there's no Applebee's there.
Did you go to that pharmacy?
Yes, sir.
Did you pull the surveillance?
Yes, sir.
How about the Pollo Tropical?
Their videos didn't cover that area.
Did you pull them?
No, sir.
Did you look at them?
No, sir.
How about the gas station that's on Miramar Parkway?
The one just east of McDonald's?
Yes.
Yes, it did not cover the road.
How about the bank that was on the corner of 172nd and Miramar Parkway?
Did not cover the road.
Did you look at it?
Yes, sir.
Did you bring it in?
No, sir.
If it doesn't cover
How
it,
about
don't
the
bring it in.
four-way intersection where there's 4 cameras on 172nd Avenue?
Cameras covering the road.
Yeah, you see the cars driving through.
There's no traffic cameras at 172 and Pines. It seems to be a great misconception when people see those white boxes on top of the cameras. Those are actually control the traffic signals. They're sensors. The old sensors used to be in the road. They would burn out. The lights would not cycle properly. So, but there's no cameras. It's a great misconception.
Okay, then you said the vehicle turned right on and went south on 184th, is that correct?
Which vehicle?
The Jeep?
Jeep never went south on 184.
This is not going how I thought.
Did it
I
make
think
a
he wanted
right
it to.
turn on 184, the Jeep?
Yes, sir.
That would be north.
Yes, sir.
My mistake. Did you look at the camera at Publix that's on that road?
Doesn't cover the road, sir.
Did you pull it and look at it?
We went there. It does not cover the road.
My question is, did you look at it?
Yes.
How about Sunset Lakes Elementary? That's there. Did you pull that camera, sir?
No, sir.
How about West Broward Elementary? Did you pull that camera
Where's West Brown Elementary located at?
on south on 184?
184 and what?
Pembroke Road.
Pembroke Road in 184?
Yes.
I don't know of a West Brown school there at Pembroke Road in 184.
Okay. How about the Walmart?
No, sir.
You didn't look at it.
No, sir.
How about the Audi Market? Did
No,
you
sir.
look at that one?
No, sir.
How about the Walgreens?
No, sir.
We know that you pulled the Montessori school.
Yes, sir.
How about the Exxon? That's right down the street from there.
No, sir.
How about Somerset Academy?
No, sir.
How about the Tractor Supply Company on that street? Did you bother to look at that camera?
We're specifically on Pines Boulevard, the Tractor Supply.
190 what? 192nd.
No, sir.
You missed quite a few cameras.
No, sir.
No. Now, you were told by Cortland Henry that the day, October 25th, several people went to the flea market to buy some weed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Certainly you went
They sell
there
that
to
now?
pull the tapes of the flea market so that you could show this jury, didn't you?
No, sir.
But you did a helicopter ride to show this jury this route on what day?
May 2023.
May of 2023,
Yes, sir.
after this trial started, correct?
Action, Your Honor.
Suggestion.
I don't think this is going how he thought it would. He got a lot of stuff wrong right there in the very beginning. And to Moretti's credit, he's stayed calm as he's being yelled at.
You did this helicopter ride in May of 2023,
Yes, sir.
after this trial started, correct?
Correct.
And you did this drive-by in a car with a partner filming it. On what day?
March 2022.
That was 2 years after this incident?
4 years, actually, sir.
4 years. That's why I'm a lawyer and can't be an accountant. 4 years after this incident.
Yes, sir.
And that was all done at the request of the state of Florida, correct?
Correct.
The prosecutors in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
4 years after the incident.
Yes.
4 years after this young man.
Excuse me?
That's the answer.
Thank you. Just say.
4 years after this young man surrendered, correct?
Sustain your objection. Ask your next question.
Let's look at Exhibit 115, if I could find it. That's the blue phone, I think, that was in the vehicle.
The black LG phone. The blue phone belonging to Chris Thomas, or the one belonging to Anthony Williams, or the one was in the back seat rest?
Okay. I need a lot of
In 84 years.
I think it's Exhibit 115. That's the phone that was, the third phone found in the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you said you don't know who the owner is, correct?
Correct, sir.
He's just picking at what he has. There's not a whole lot for him to work with on this. So you got to understand, he's doing his job. He's trying to create doubt in anything that he can.
During one of the breaks, I asked you to open that phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was a SIM card in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that SIM card has a serial number on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Fine, no?
Yeah.
Step down a second. You be fine.
You want me to help you find Johnson?
If you could, yes. Could you step down to help?
Is it one of the other ones?
I'm too old to say that.
So all of the ones that he was mentioning where he said, yes, we went there and it doesn't, cover the street. And he's like, did you pull it? Did you look? Okay, well, no, obviously he didn't if it doesn't cover the street. Why would he? But he's saying that because he wants the jury
Thank you
to
very
make, like, he wants it to sound like he didn't do his
Oh,
job.
thank you. May I approach?
Yes. 115, Rick?
That is 115, States Exhibit 115. Could you open that, take that phone out?
I'm just going to put gloves on just because there was blood on at one time.
I don't blame you. Was that phone, while you're pulling it out, analyzed to determine which blood it was?
Yes, sir, we took it to HIDA, High-End Sensitive Drug Trafficking Agency. And they had them attempt to analyze the phone. It's completely broken.
Could you open that phone like you did during, when I asked you to?
He's so salty.
Don't pull out your burglary key now.
It's not a burglary tool, it should be a burglary, sir. I don't want to lose it.
Let's get rid of that.
Did you pull it out?
Yes, sir, it's right here.
Could you pull out this, did you pull out the
Yes,
SIM
that
card?
card's right here, sir.
Could you read the serial number off of that, sir?
89012000080218727. Looks like there's an 80.01 day.
Could you, with the court's permission, let the jury see that SIM card?
You want to publish it to the jury?
Yes, let him hold it.
Any objection? Go right ahead. You step down.
Yeah, it's good.
I don't know how to work the computer, I'd rather him just show it to the jury.
You may step down. Thank you.
That's what a SIM card looks like. That's how the phone communicates with the tower. It's the serial number we just read.
Please.
That's the,
Yeah, we're gonna make it, because
now you do it for me.
I just wanted you to get some exercise, quite candidly.
There's no book on this. This is, sir. What do you want to put that right here?
Wherever you can, wherever it's published on the screen.
Put it up there.
Okay, we're gonna leave it there for a second. I'm sorry, may I approach? I apologize. That's the serial number, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it goes to a Sprint phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that that SIM number can be tracked once you have the provider
Yes, sir.
to a particular phone.
Yes, sir.
Did you do that in this case?
No, sir.
Fair enough. You could take that SIM card back.
Pass that down, Glen.
Yes, you may.
Okay, this is the Publix that they drove by that he's talking about behind those bushes. So as you're driving by, that's the one he's talking about. I've been sitting here pulling up the ones that he said he didn't pull, and everything that I've pulled is stuff that you can't really see. It's not, it doesn't seem like it faces.
I'm sorry, tell me when you're ready.
Okay.
You put it back in the 115, the bag.
It's gonna take me a few minutes. I'll wait till the next break. If you want to.
I don't want the clerk to get in trouble, so just put it back in there. Let me return it to the table. The clerk's watching very carefully.
Yeah, a lot of them he said he did look at. He was saying yes to a lot of them and then no to some of them, but the ones that he said that he did watch, he didn't bring them in because there was nothing on there, or they couldn't see, or it wasn't good enough, or whatever reason. There was nothing on there that was of evidentiary value.
Now, what I'd like to do is somewhat go in chronological order of your investigation, if I may. You get a call on October 26, 2018, to report to the Memorial Hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you get there at about 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
At 6 o'clock in the morning, you speak to the first officer, which would have been Officer Amagor.
Yes, sir.
And also on the scene is Detective Bertram and Bermudez.
Sergeant Bermudez, yes.
Sergeant. I apologize. And you are assigned the lead detective role.
Yes, sir.
And that is like a conductor in an orchestra. Correct?
I wouldn't categorize that, but
Now, are pictures taken of the two individuals that were shot before they were removed from the vehicle, the Jeep?
yes, no, sir.
You immediately go and speak to Cortland Henry, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we listened to the tape of Mr. Henry,
Yes, sir.
who told you that there were 3 people in his car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Cortland Henry? The driver, correct.
Yes.
Christopher, and, well, let me get in the right order. In the front passenger seat was Anthony Williams,
Yes.
and sitting in the rear passenger seat was Christopher Thomas.
Yes.
Only those 3 people when the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
You learned that he lied to you about where the drive-by shooting was, correct?
Yes.
You went to, 3 different areas to look for evidence of the drive-by of Cortland, what Cortland Henry told you, correct?
Yes.
You learned at that time that at first he was labeled a victim, but that he now is lying to the police concerning the shooting of 2 individuals.
He was still listed as a victim that day, even though we knew he was lying to us, but he was still considered a victim at that point.
There is such a crime as lying to the police.
Yes, sir, it's a misdemeanor.
You could have arrested him if you so chose for lying to the police, correct?
You're saying I should have arrested a potential victim of a violent crime on a misdemeanor?
Could you just answer my question? Could you have arrested him, yes or no?
Yes.
I'm with Moretti on that one, though. They don't have
And you
all the
spoke
proof yet.
to
They didn't
him
know yet about the side of the road out by
for
everybody's.
approximately an hour or 2, correct?
It was about an hour.
Okay. And he gave you the address where he lives, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that address was 18521 Southwest 44th Street, Silver Lakes.
Yes, sir. No, Sunset Lakes.
Sunset Lakes. But he gave you the home address.
Yes,
And he tells you also that Melly lives there, correct?
yes,
He tells you Anthony Williams, one of the victims, lives there.
yes,
He tells you Christopher Thomas, the other victim, lives there, correct?
correct.
And he also tells you that Melly is a recording artist, correct?
Yes,
And we learned from the testimony that $16 million went into Jameson Francois' bank account.
over a 30-month period, yes,
Okay. So, and he was the business manager of this 19-year-old young man,
yes,
you learned later, correct?
yes.
A rather successful, would you say, recording artist.
I knew this part was
I really don't understand the music business, or how the money's made, how it comes in.
I'm not asking you that. Someone who earns $16 million in 30 months legally is pretty successful, wouldn't you say?
I don't, like I said before, that we could never determine the amount of money, what was, because Mr. Francois had other clients, so we could never isolate what specifically is made by one artist over another.
Oh.
We just knew the money was there.
So, you knew that the two victims, the driver of the car that lied to you, and Melly lived, and you had the address at the same house.
Yes,
You also learned about that time, and you mentioned it briefly, that a text message came out from a crucial almighty.
yes,
And that text message was, we were just aiming at YNW, correct?
yes, sir.
And it had a picture of him with a target, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it would be fair to say on October 26th of 18, Crucial Almighty, which his real name was David Hedgepath, was suspect number one based upon that.
It was a person of interest, it was something to look at.
When did you, since you knew this on October 26th of 2018, when did you decide to talk to the David Hedgepath, Crucial Almighty, who said he shot at this young man inside a Jeep? What date?
I first did a search warrant into his social media account where the comments came from, which then we were able to determine a better picture of Mr. Hedgepath was. So it was probably maybe 2 years later when we interviewed Mr. Hedgepath.
2 years later. That would be in 20?
Yes, sir.
A year after this young man surrenders to you, to the police?
I'm not sure the exact date, but
February of 19. Would you agree it was 2 years after that?
yes, sir.
And you interviewed him after the case was closed, correct? Because it was closed at the time of the arrest.
Yes,
Of Melly, correct?
yes, sir.
Yeah, he's the one that they said that they cleared him through his cell phone. He wasn't anywhere in the area.
Do you, subpoena any records from him?
His work records.
And when do you subpoena those work records?
2 years later, after we interviewed him.
Okay. And I think you introduced him this.
Yeah.
Did you speak to any of his co-employees to verify whether or not he was really working when the time clock indicated he was?
No, sir.
No. You also learned from Cortland Henry that they were having a problem with a guy named Benton.
Yes.
I'm going to label him as suspect number 2. Who is Benton?
We never could identify him.
So last name unknown.
Correct.
It was so dramatic.
You also learned that there was a problem at Walmart where
It's always Walmart.
they got jumped and I think a necklace or a bracelet was stolen.
A little pendant fell off one of them, yes.
Okay. Did you go to Walmart to investigate that?
No, sir.
I'm going to make him suspect number 3 so far. And I'm going to just label him Walmart with a question mark. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Did he bother to go and attempt to pull the surveillance of Walmart because they keep their tapes for a while?
Not a while, sir, but usually about 30 days.
Did you go to Walmart to attempt to see if it even did exist?
No, sir.
Now, you then, during October 26th, get the surveillance tape of the people coming out of the recording studio, correct?
On which date, sir?
The 26th.
Yes, sir.
You respond to the hospital in the morning.
Yes, sir.
By mid-afternoon, you get the surveillance tape, correct?
Yes, sir.
You identify, do you not, by the end of October 26th, all 8 people that left the recording studio?
I think we had more like the 27th, everyone was pretty much identified.
Okay. By October 27th, you identified Cortland Henry, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anthony Williams,
Yes, sir.
Christopher Thomas,
Yes, sir.
Trevon Glass,
Yes, sir.
Melly,
Yes, sir.
I'm missing three.
Jacoby Mills and
Jacoby Mills,
Octavius Withers
Octavius Withers, and Adrian Davis. All 8 people that left the recording studio, and 2 had passed away, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew where all 8 of them were living, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was at the 18720, whatever that address I read off before.
The Sunset Lakes, 184 Southwest 44th Street.
You had that address, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had observed the bloody scene of inside the Jeep, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that Cortland Henry had lied to you.
Correct.
So you certainly, at that point, obtained a search warrant to look at that house to see if you could find any blood, any gun, or anything to tie up what happened in that car, correct?
There is no way we could have got a search warrant for that house because there was no nexus to the crime to the house. And I have to establish a nexus between the two, or the judges will not sign the warrant.
Did you even try, sir, to get a search warrant and go in front of a judge and say, I got 8 people who left the studio. They all live in the same house. The driver of the vehicle we interviewed lied, and the inside of the Jeep is covered in blood. And we're looking for the gun or guns and the bloody clothes involved in this. Did you bother to do that, sir?
So like I said before, there was no connection between the house and the crime itself. Now,
The answer-
where we had blood, where we had evidence, where we had instruments of a crime, we did search warrants. Anytime we had a nexus between the two, we did a search warrant. We never had a nexus between the two. We even went to that house that day, knocked on the door, there was no one there.
You could have secured that house by officers standing in front of it and at least come to this jury and say, I went to a judge, explain to the judge, 8 people live in a house, 8 people left the studio, and a few hours later, 2 people ended up dead, and the driver of the vehicle lied to us about everything concerning the shooting. You could have done that, couldn't you?
No, that's not how that works, sir.
Not how it works. Fair enough. Did you get a search warrant of the house in November at all?
You mean for which house, sir?
The house where Melly lived.
No, sir.
How about December?
They were already gone at that point.
You could have looked for blood, traces of blood, because we saw that you sprayed this agent on things and miraculously blood surfaces. You know that.
Yes, sir.
Did you do that?
No, sir.
You mentioned to the state that you spoke to an Adrian Davis and a Dontavius Withers, correct?
Yes, sir.
They were the 2 of the individuals that originally left the studio
Yes, sir.
and got into the red Mitsubishi.
Correct.
you learn from that.
I haven't even asked the question. Hey, watch themselves.
Sidebar. Take a shot, do a squat. I think that the tone being constant during this is losing some of the effect. Any of the good points that he might have are being lost because he's just yelling at him the whole time. I think, as a juror, that's the way I would see it. Like, you want to save that passion and that emotion for like your big home run points, and some of these are like, you didn't do that. Okay, well, no, it's not. Like, he's doing it over some of the stuff that isn't important, isn't like, you know. The guy who stole the chain, the Walmart incident, because there's always a Walmart incident. Walmart is involved every time. But the guy who stole his chain, if you remember on Friday, I showed you all that picture where the dude came up and snatched his chain, and it was like the second time he had had a chain snatched. It was the one with like the hand or whatever. And the guy went on Facebook Live, like bragging about it. Interesting. I feel like the house isn't okay. Like, look, from us, the house would be important, but if, like, okay, they got a warrant for Track's house, but they couldn't get a warrant for Track's house until, you know, they got the statement from, or the interview with Jacoby Mills where he said that, you know, they went and got the guns the next day back at the crime scene. So then that allowed them to get the, you know, search warrant for that. So like, and for his storage unit and stuff like that. So, you know, the search warrants that they've gotten, I get what he's saying about, you know, not being able to, you know, do it. And with him saying, you know, you didn't even try. I mean, I don't know what.
Take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. So no research. There's no case on your chair. Thank you.
Let's see Melly.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped down. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Mr. Dempsey, the restroom break. All right. Thank you. We're in recess. Yeah.
All right. Well, if y'all notice, I keep like moving. I'm sitting. I have like something in my back or shoulder, whatever, right here, and it hurts really bad. So I keep trying to like maneuver myself to where it's not painful. I'm gonna have to get some icy hot. I'm getting old. I thought the same thing, that Melly looks worried. He looks worried. I mean, today is not going well for them. So far, the day is young. We'll see. I think that this is so biased. Oh, I love it when y'all say that. Both sides say biased all the time. Because if the house isn't a big deal, then who were all these people making such a big deal about the mom and the trash? Where was the trash? That's my point. Nobody said the house isn't a big deal. Nobody said the house isn't a big deal. He's saying that he has to have a connection in order to get a warrant for it. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I can see both sides on this. I can see defense and prosecution side on this because I can see, or not prosecution, but Reddy's side on this, because I can see him saying, you know, like, if you know the rules of, you know, what the judge requires in order for you to get something and you don't have that, then you wouldn't, you know, put in the paperwork to get the warrant. And then I can also see like, hey, just shoot your shot, even though you don't have what they consider, you know, the nexus or whatever, and see if they say yes. I am skilled at fixing back pain too. It involves a bottle of wine, and that's about it. just wine. Oh my gosh, I would love an X Factor chair. Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. Oh, and I want the button too, though, so I can like turn around. Like every time somebody gets on the stand that I don't like, or one of the attorneys or something starts acting like I don't like it, I'll just hit the button and then turn around and I don't have to deal with them. That would be so fun. The connection was that Melly lived there. Okay, so here's my thing. I would have loved to, you know, for them to have been able to get the search warrant and, you know, have it and go see if they could find anything or whatever. I think what he's saying is that in order to put that paper in, to get that from the judge, he had to have some reason that the house, that there might be some kind of evidence in the house. So I get what he's saying. Like, you know, the house of where, you know, potential, where the victims lived, you know, isn't involved in the actual crime at this point because they weren't at the house. They weren't coming from the house. They hadn't been to the house, you know, moments before. So I do get that part. I think it stinks though, because it would have been, you know, but then again, I mean, depending on when they would have gotten it, he didn't even go back to the house until, you know, 24 hours later. He went in like 3 a.m. and then left, and then his mom went and got the trash. It's always Walmart. But we did have a mention of Target this time because they passed a Target. So there was a mention of Target. Yeah, that's the thing. Is so from what I've heard them explain before, like you have specific things that you would be looking for, and they can't just do a. And y'all correct me if I'm wrong. They can't just say, you know, they can't just go search anything they want to because, you know, somebody lived there or whatever. They have to have, like, from the way I've heard them explain it, they have to have like specific things that they're, you know, looking for. Like the way that, okay, look at Koberger's, the way that those warrants were listed out. It wasn't like, you know, we're going to look for, you know, blood or computer, whatever. It's not like that. Like, it's not like super specific things, but they have to have some kind of, connection on things that they're looking for or whatever. So I guess the thought is that because they, you know, weren't at the house when this happened or whatever, or, you know, that they weren't coming from the house, that he didn't have a connection yet. There were other things that he, other warrants that he was able to get after he established connections based on different interviews and things like that he did, but he wasn't able to do that one. Yes, a bottle of wine is good for medicinal purposes, mental health purposes, multiple things. And he wasn't a suspect yet. That didn't come until later. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, like, this is this is to protect, people too, because it's otherwise they could just be like, hey, I'm going to go in here and go through all of your stuff. So they have to have a reason for it. See, that's what's kind of funny about it, because if they had gone and searched the house and then found all these things, then Stu would be like, that doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's just defense. That's what they do. Doing their jobs. He's nothing like Vanderlyn. I mean, even like when you talk about him, talking to more than one person for more than 7 minutes, and then, like them diving and going to, look through the canals for the guns and, stuff like that. All of those things. I mean, they did. Oh, somebody asked about why they were talking to him about the $16 million and him being successful. They're wanting to say that, that they just saw a successful rapper. It's true.
Jurors entering.
I've seen, there's a lot of trials that go with no murder weapon, some with no body that are convicted. Especially with no murder weapon. I mean, look at Alex Murdaugh.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendants, defendants, counsel, and assistant attorneys. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, our witness, Detective Mark Hardy remains on the stand. Counsel, if you're ready to continue with your cross, you may.
Thank you. I think we were on October 27th, but I want to go back to October 26th.
Yes.
Leave the hospital.
Let's just calm down.
You go to various areas to look for a drive-by. And you learn that Courtney Henry lied. Okay?
Yes.
Do you not get a search warrant for the Jeep?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, the Jeep is searched on October 26th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of that was to photograph it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Process it for fingerprints and DNA,
Correct.
and to collect all the physical evidence within inside the Jeep that could lead to who did this, correct?
Correct.
And that was done over several hours.
Yes, sir.
In fact, it was done by at least 2 crime scene technicians.
Yes, sir.
Now, there was also the red Mitsubishi that was seen leaving the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
with several people, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you ended up interviewing over the course of this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you, in fact, search the red Mitsubishi at any time?
No, sir.
Did you, in fact, process the red Mitsubishi to get fingerprints to determine who was inside that vehicle?
No, sir.
Had you done that, you could have obtained DNA.
Sustained.
If you did that, that could verify, would it not, whether or not Melly got inside that vehicle.
Not necessarily.
But it could have.
No.
Possibly, yes.
October 27th, I think we were done at.
He did go
You,
straight there. He went after he
interviewed.
found out. They went there,
As you've indicated,
and the red SUV pulled up, and they did not
Dontavius Withers
let him come
again,
in.
correct?
Yes, sir.
At the end of October 27th, Melly was not in the Jeep during the shooting, according to your investigation, correct?
Repeat that question.
At the end of October 27th, your information indicated that this young man was not in the Jeep at that time when the shootings occurred, correct?
That was based upon the false statement of Dontavius Withers.
You say false statement. You have Cortland Henry who told you this, that he wasn't there, correct?
You're saying.
Sustained.
We know it's false statement because they said that he never got in the car, and we saw he did.
Did you learn that the day of them going to the studio, that Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams went to the flea market?
I don't know which two went. I could have sworn that Dontavius went to the flea market. This maybe it was Chris Thomas and Anthony Williams.
And you've already indicated you don't go there to verify or prove or disprove.
Correct.
On October 31st is when you obtained a warrant on David Hedgepodge. Twitter, I think he testified. Correct?
Yes, sir. You said October
31st,
Yes, sir.
Halloween day. Correct?
Yes, sir.
But you don't interview him until 2 years later, 2 or 3 years later.
Correct.
On November 1st, you again searched the Jeep, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's the second time you've searched this vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 26th, and now November 1st, correct?
Correct.
And again, that is to collect any evidence, process it, if you missed any evidence.
No, so if my recollection stands correct, the second search warrant was for a trajectory analysis to be conducted by Mr. Kelly.
On November 2nd, you interviewed, do you not, Christopher Thomas Sr.,
On which day?
November 2nd.
November 2nd, Chris Thomas Sr.
Yes.
Oh, at the funeral, yes, sir.
And without telling us what it is, what he told you, you discovered there was a problem.
Hearsay.
Sustain.
Do you find out that Christopher Thomas Sr. had issues with
Hearsay.
Anthony Williams?
Sustain.
Do you ever investigate Anthony Williams Sr.?
Again, you repeat that question, sir?
Do you ever
Anthony Williams
investigate Anthony Williams Sr.? Christopher Thomas, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was like, whoa, when did we get an
Senior.
Anthony Williams Sr.? Okay.
No, sir.
That's Juvy's dad.
I'm gonna make him suspect number 4.
Okay.
They're gonna make Juvy's dad suspect in. Okay.
On November 18th, based upon your phone analysis, and going through the various phones,
He's gonna be.
You
pissed
get-
about that.
some mapping
Juvy's dad's gonna be
that
mad.
the shooting may have occurred at a trailer park. Correct.
One cell phone, the cell phone of Chris Thomas, hit off of a cell tower near a trailer park, Holiday Park. But we didn't have anything to accompany those other than a cell site in the sector. So that was all we had to work with at that point, was that one general area. We went
Could you
out-
answer my question? On November 18th, based upon whatever analysis, you go to Holiday Park, trailer park, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's based upon some analysis of a phone, correct?
Of a cell tower, cell site, yes, sir.
You find absolutely nothing.
Correct.
And you learn that basically you went on a wild goose chase based upon your analysis of that one phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he just said he would make him suspect number 4.
Approximately 1 month later, on November 21st, you find the scene with the 8 casings, 8 projectiles.
Eight spent casings, sir. Projectiles and casings are different.
I get those terms confused. And we saw about 50 pictures of those 8, what are they?
Casings.
Casings. Right?
Yes, sir.
Looking at the south end, the north end, the east end, and the west end, right?
Yes, sir.
7 days later, do you search the Jeep again?
I'm not sure when we went back to the Jeep.
If I showed you something that would refresh your recollection,
Yes, sir.
let's see if I can find it.
Yes.
was expecting this cross-examination to be a lot more effective.
May I approach?
He's going to be all up on it. All up on it.
May I approach?
Yeah, just identify what you're working with.
I'm looking at a report and a timeline. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, they said this is the last witness.
Yeah. So
Immediately.
11/28, you go back to the Jeep for the third time, correct?
Yes, sir.
On December 4th, based upon the analysis of various phones or whatever, you, along with Miami-Dade Police and ATF, search a canal off of I-75, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was based on some pinging or mapping of the 9807 phone, correct?
It was not the pinging, that's improper terminology. It was the true call data, which placed the phone near the C9 canal.
And both Miramar Police, Miami-Dade Police, and ATF, after searching the canal, find absolutely nothing.
Correct.
Spoon is Juby's dad, and he has a channel.
December
And
5th of 18,
he puts out
you meet with
videos
the medical
talking
examiner.
about it.
Yes, sir.
Now, approximately 3 months later, January 27th of 19, you execute a warrant on an apartment located at 5700 Tuscan Place, apartment number 307, Margate, Florida, correct?
It was the 28th, sir.
The 28th, not the 27th?
Correct, sir.
I stand correct. On January 28th, you execute a warrant on that apartment.
Yes, sir.
That is an apartment belonging to Jameson Francois and Adira Scott, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's the same Jameson Francois that had some 16 million in his account. We're talking about the same person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Track.
You go
Manager.
there 3 months after the shooting with BSO officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
ATF officers,
Yes, sir.
K9 officers,
Yes, sir.
and the SWAT team.
Yes, sir.
In that apartment owned by or rented by Jameson Francois, you find a 40 caliber round. Do you know?
Yes, sir.
You also find a storage key, correct?
Yes, sir.
That leads to a locker, a storage locker, correct?
Yes, sir.
You in turn execute a search warrant on that locker.
Yes, sir.
I think it's storage unit 5, if I can read my writing, 509, located on South State Road 7 in Margate, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, I noticed it wasn't mentioned, or maybe I missed it. But in that locker, you found, did you not, a black holster, correct?
Yes, sir.
You found another black holster with a Glock back strap on it,
Yes, sir.
and a black holster with a magazine holder,
Yes, sir.
and various gun locks, correct?
Yes, sir.
No guns.
No guns.
Without telling us, you never, ever interviewed Jameson Francois to ask him about the 3 black holsters found in that locker, correct?
I interviewed him after that incident.
You never asked him about those black holsters found in there, correct?
I'm not sure, sir.
You're not sure. And you never asked
Empty
him
holsters.
about the gun locks, correct?
Correct.
And you never, ever, as we sit here today, know where those guns that were locked in his storage unit are, correct?
Correct.
How do they know they were locked in a storage unit? They know that they were empty holsters, but how would he know that the guns were ever there? They didn't find them.
And then on January 27th, I think you testified, Cortland Henry was arrested in Texas, correct?
Correct, sir.
You went out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
You knew he had a lawyer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there to question him, despite the fact that you were aware that he had a lawyer,
What's the
correct?
objection?
Maybe a French?
Sure.
Well, this is fun. So, I see a few of y'all have joined in recently. Stu is doing the cross-examination of lead detective Moretti right now. So they found the storage in the storage unit. They found the holsters, but not guns. But he just said, I'm surprised you didn't object to this. If there's attorneys in here, tell me if I'm wrong about something. He said, you never questioned him about, or you don't know where those guns that were in his storage unit are now, do you? But nobody ever said anything about there being guns in the storage unit. There are empty holsters, which if I were prosecution, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, attorneys, but if I was prosecution, wouldn't I be like, objection? Nobody ever said that there were guns in there, but what do I know? 9 already. Only one flip-flop as of now. I think I wore her out earlier, taking her out to the beach and letting her run around. So she's been napping most of the day. Yeah, I mean, he could have, still spoke to them even if he had a lawyer. I'm not surprised they tried, with him now being arrested. Like if I were in his shoes, I'd be like, okay, well now, here he is in some legal trouble. Maybe he would want to talk to us now, Let's see.
Yes.
You went out there, sir,
Yes, sir.
knowing he had a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And you went out there to question him about this case, correct?
His rights were never invoked.
In fact, you were escorted out of the jail because the yelling between you and he got so loud that the guards asked you to leave, correct?
No, sir, that's a false statement.
False statement.
Look at Stu talking about yelling.
Now, there came a time that you issued a warrant for this young man's arrest, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the people that generally execute that warrant are the U.S. Marshals.
Yes, sir.
And you gave them a picture of this young man, which is, of course, standard operating procedure, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they, in fact, based upon the picture that you gave them, took someone into custody for a short period of time.
Sustained.
The
They
person
arrested-
that the marshals took into custody,
Sustained objection.
you know the person that the marshals took into custody based upon your picture that you provided?
I sustain the objection.
Is he in here?
Still opposed.
He's been in here a
Counsel,
lot.
answer your next question.
On February
Oh, he's not in here
13th,
right now. The one they're talking about.
Melly voluntarily surrendered, correct?
Yes, sir.
On February 14th, you conduct another search on US 27 and Johnson Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's also based upon your so-called analysis of various items that you looked at, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell this jury what you found.
Nothing.
Maybe approach?
Sure.
I've thought the same thing. I mean, everybody has different things that they, that are issues for them. Somebody addressing me with their back turned to me is incredibly disrespectful in my eyes. Like I said, everybody has, things different. If you're having a serious conversation with me, if it's like your friends and you're hanging out, whatever, cool. But if it's like somebody who's trying to have a serious conversation with me and they turn their back to me to answer questions, I take that as a huge sign of disrespect. That would have me on the witness stand like mad.
May I proceed?
Please.
On February 25th of 19, you execute a warrant on Jameson Francois' car, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a 2016 Kia?
Kia Optima.
Kia.
Kia, yes, sir.
and find absolutely nothing relevant to this list, correct?
Correct.
No blood stain at all, correct?
Correct.
Nothing pertinent to this case.
Correct.
On February 28th of 19, you, along with the assistance of, I think, the state, bring Jameson Francois into the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And miraculously, you get this phone 9807
Yes, sir.
from Mr.
Francois.
Jameson Francois, correct?
Yes.
Did he just say miraculously? Did I imagine that?
You have, as we sit here today, no idea how long he had that phone, correct?
That's not true, sir. We kind of from the interviews in the cell, the interview from the jail calls tell us when it was, when the defendant talked to his mother and told her they need to get the phone over to track, which was Jameson Francois. So it was right about that time that we got transferred over.
I thought I heard that.
May I have one moment? Or this would be a good time to break for lunch. So I can look.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch and recess now. Do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the
Let's see
case,
how
don't
Melly
allow
looks.
anyone to discuss the case in your presence or no research. We'll see everybody back at 1:15. Please don't pay those chairs, have a nice lunch. Thank you.
It's been real.
All right, let the record reflect the jury stepped out, Councilor Mann, along with the defendant.
The mermaid did it.
Counsel, I'm not trying to rush you or anything like that, but how long do you think you have on your cross approximately?
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
And let me look at my notes. I'd say between an hour and a half to 2, hopefully closer to an hour.
How much redirecting you might have?
30 minutes or so?
Pardon me?
30 minutes or so?
So, we can call in there witnesses now.
Yeah.
So are you gonna have witnesses this afternoon, get somebody in here?
We would ask to start our case tomorrow morning.
Are you serious?
That's possible.
It's always possible.
We're
All right,
going to end
Dave.
early again today.
We're about witnesses today, though. You don't think there's, you have somebody available, and I know you.
Are you
know,
kidding me?
issues with experts, I'm not talking about experts.
No, we would need till tomorrow morning.
You need to.
Yes, sir. I'm not trying to be difficult there. I
Absolutely.
didn't anticipate, we did not anticipate the state would be that brief this morning with that.
So you all assuming, you know, that that it goes as planned today, we break
We'll be
today?
ready to rock and roll tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Okay, all right. Anything to discuss, Council?
The council be so kind as to tell me who they are calling, as I've been gracious enough to tell them.
We will, when we make the final decision. Fair enough?
Fair enough?
All right. Have a nice lunch. We'll recess.
It's, I mean, at this point, it's just ridiculous. They had all this time and they still don't have anybody that they can call to the stand this afternoon. They don't have anybody ready. Knowing that Detective Moretti's been on the stand for how many days now? And that they were getting ready to wrap up. They had all this time. They've had all this stall time. Oh, thank God Raven's back. She's been so helpful today. Like, the dragging this out is getting old. Like, the jury is, like, I mean, you heard the woman this morning too already saying, you know, work needs her. I'm annoyed. They make this drag out way longer than it needs to. Yeah, I mean, all these jurors are missing work. They've started jury selection in April, y'all. April. So we've been going through this nonsense since like, I mean, it feels like so much longer than it is. It's 15 days, but you know, we've had some half days, we've had a week and a half off, then we had another, you know, 4 days off, then we've had all this stuff, plus we're not doing Friday court. I mean, it's been weeks, and now they're not even ready to, they don't have anybody they can talk to today. Like, that's insane to me. It's insane. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. My back is killing me. I'm going to take about a 10-minute break and then get something for my back, let Lucy go P-O-T-T-Y. I can't say it because she'll start flipping out. So I'm going to take about 10 minutes and I'm going to come back, and then we are going to look at the timeline with everything all together. At this point now, we've heard, this is cross-examination. So at this point, we've heard all of the information that's being entered into evidence as of right now. So we have everything complete for the timeline. So we're going to take a look at it. So for those of you who missed it Friday, then some people were, you know, having to be in and out Friday. Plus, it got shut down momentarily for language because I forgot to change the settings. So with all that, I'm going to take a couple minutes and go to break, and then we will come back and go over all of that stuff. I feel sorry for the jury too. Like, could you imagine, like, how many days they've been told, you know, that they're, you know, leaving early, and then then they have all these, you know, sidebars and stuff, and then they have all these, you know, recesses where they're going and having to sit, you know, in a room and whatever. I mean, it's like nonstop, y'all. So anyway, all right. So let me unpin. Oh, I almost closed this out. Oh, so close, so close. All right. All right, I'm going to pin this. Pin that. And then let me. Okay, so I've got this up so we can do this. I will be back in about 10 minutes and we're going to go over this. The timeline stuff, when you put it all together, I want to we'll look at the stuff from the 19th where he was having that conversation with him and all of that stuff too. So I will be back. BRB. Hello. I have to say hello quietly because I don't want to scare anybody. Hello. We're back. Hello. Hello, hello. Thanks for hanging out. Lucy thanks you. I want to get our timeline pulled up. Is anybody there? Hello? I don't see chat moving. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's get this pulled up. See what we can piece together. Oh my goodness, I've messed up everything. Sorry, I'm having chat issues. Give me 1 second. See what's going on here. I have to move. For some reason, this one's not working correctly. Okay, yeah, now it's back. Okay, so it wasn't just me. I thought that I was crazy. Oh, it was turned off during the break. I didn't even know that that was something that happened or could happen. It shows what all I know. Oh, shoot. Okay. We're back. We're back. Okay. Get this looking normal. Get this popped out. All right, so what we're going to do is take a look at the full timeline. Yeah, I didn't even know it was like, I didn't even know that was an option, or else we'd have been doing that a long time ago on breaks. I just learned how to work YouTube a few months ago, remember? Y'all know much more about it than I do. I got this stuff like for it's sore muscle rub for that spot on my back, and it works, but it just doesn't last very long, so I have to keep putting it back on there again. So if y'all see me doing this periodically throughout the rest of the afternoon, that's why. For whatever reason, chat's not coming back up on my StreamYard, and I don't know why. There it goes. Okay, now it's on StreamYard. Okay. Alrighty. All right, we're back in business. Okay, so let's take a look at the timeline. All right, here we go. Let me move myself back over here for this part because that way I'm not blocking things. Update. Now let me make this a little bigger. All right, so let's take a look at what we can see. Let me do one more thing. Let's remove that while we're doing this. Okay. All right. So let's look. All right. So the timeline starts around the timeline that they give us starts around August 21st. And we talked about this a little bit, but I'm just going to give like Cliff's Notes versions of all of this while we're here at lunch. Let me turn on the long crime thing too, because they'll end up coming back. We'll lose track of time. They'll come back. We'll miss it. We'll miss everything. Of course, we could always fast forward through sidebars and catch up immediately, but that's okay. Make sure we don't miss it. Okay. So, oh yeah, if you're having trouble with chat, just refresh. Refresh. We'll wait. We'll give you a moment. Refresh. Come back up. Everything is magic. Refresh. Everything comes up. It's magic. All right, refresh, good to go. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Remember that as we're going through this, that we have Bappa and Goon, our recruitment team number 1, and Herc and Gino, our recruitment team number 2. So we have the 2 recruitment teams. Remember the 2 different, it's like 2 pairs of dudes that are trying to recruit him for G-Shine. So as we're going through, we'll talk about that too. So our first step on our timeline really kind of starts with the conversations between him and Bappa, who is part of recruitment team number 1. So it starts out, he says people are hitting him up about putting someone on a Winnie the Pooh shirt, but congrats on XXL. He's proud. So XXL is, I'm assuming he's probably talking about the magazine stuff that Melly had just done a few days before, where he does the interview with XXL. But that would be my assumption, but that is not verified. That is just me being one smart cookie. He also says, Melly gives him his phone number. I'm sorry, the 9807 phone number. When he asks him for his phone number, he gives him that one. And then he tells him about the fight that he and Sack got into with NBA Youngboy and Quando Rondo. All right, so we do not see all of the text. We only see the ones that we've seen that they've shown us. So these are basically just that. All right, so that's like August 21st through the 23rd. So there's conversations between him and Bappa from recruitment team number 1. Okay, so it's right at this time, that first conversation between Sack and Melly about, Sack is telling him, I'm letting you be the face of YNW, but he says that Sack, Melly, and Juvie are the CEOs. Borland is an artist for them, but those 3 are the CEOs. Take a peek at chat. What is... Did I miss something? Oh, I think it's done. Okay. Chat's working fine for everybody right now? Refreshed. Everything's good. Okay. I think it's good. For whatever reason, my StreamYard is not updating very fast. Okay. All right. So the 24th is that conversation. Now, keep in mind, this is where Zach first begins telling him that, he's not happy about the way that Melly's behaving. He says, you're sabotaging my career because you're making people think that you're the one who made me. He says that, every time he tries to do something creative, that Melly basically kind of jumps in and makes it a group thing instead of letting Zach have, his own creative thing going on, whatever. He tells him that he acts different when Riri, who is, they said that that's the nickname that they gave Mariah, acts different when Riri's not there. He said that he feels like, you're not even the same anymore. You're not messing with us the way you used to, whatever. He also tells him, talks about the artists that Melly let him have. I guess it's like a big thing for them to be able to say that they have artists, that they're doing, things to help develop the artists or whatever, that they have artists. So he says, they give you, Zach is telling him, they give you credit over money. Money doesn't mean anything without, what I'm bringing. So you need to change things or it's going to flip. Now, he compares their relationship to Young Mal and Lil Quill. I'm not going to get into that too much. We went over it in the longer video. This is just the Cliff's Notes. He says, he tells him to, this was part 2. He says that, he tells Melly that him and Jamie seem to like that fantasy life. And he said that, he tells Melly, you don't talk to me about the, any of the YNW stuff. You don't, give the $5,000 each, like you're supposed to. You don't talk about the future. You don't talk about the plans, none of that. He tells Melly that he totally changed his flow. So Zach is saying, I totally changed your flow. I'm the one who made you who you are. You're talking about, you're artists in front of these important people. Oh, that chain that got stolen too. This was the chain that got stolen, that they were talking about. This was in August. It got yanked off of his neck. So anyway, he tells him, basically, I'm the one who made you. Melly responds and tells him, look, I know that, y'all are CEOs. I'm glad you're able to put out music and do your thing. I'd like to see you shine. And he tells him also, thank you for letting those guys be my artists. And he basically tells him, like, forget what other people think. Forget what everybody else thinks about anything. You are, you know what's going on. I know what's going on. And this whole thing about him telling people, Zach not liking the way that Melly's taking credit for things or getting credit for things or whatever, that kind of becomes a common theme over the next, weeks to come, where Melly's telling him, don't even worry about what other people say. We know what's going on, but it does matter to Zach because he says that, it's sabotaging his career. So Melly tells him, look, we're about to blow up. I'm going to focus on the artist until we go on tour or whatever. So during this time, towards the end of August, he's still communicating with BAPA, which is recruitment team number 1. There's conversations with mom about about the phone bill. Track needed to put money in her account, whatever. So this is another thing showing that, Track is kind of, it seems like Track is controlling a lot of the money stuff. And so she's not going to pay the phone bill until the money goes in her account. They also talk about renting cars. I guess all the cars that they do are pretty much rental cars. Okay, so it's the 28th when the blow up, it starts. This is where everything starts between Melly and Zach and Jamie. So this is the first that we see of this. So the 28th, he says, why are you texting Zach's mom? What's wrong with you? Leave people alone. I'm trying to work and you're stressing me out. She kind of blows it off and says, I'm not doing anything. I'm, just in bed minding my business, whatever. He also asks her why she's turning Riri or Mariah against him, and she says she's not. He tells her, unblock me, whatever. So we kind of see a little bit here about some of the toxicity between Melly and Mariah's relationship, and also Jamie's level of involvement in his personal life as well. So it seems like everything's ended, but the next morning it picks right back up where it left off, and I guess it was, still happening or happening again or whatever. So Melly texts her at 11 the next morning and says, "Why do you keep messing with people? What is wrong with you?" And she is basically saying, that she's saying, this is his family doing this. It's not me. She's mad because she says she didn't even cuss at her, at Zach's mom, that the sister is messing with her. She didn't do anything. So the argument goes back and forth. So he's arguing with, Melly's arguing with his mom, and then he starts, he goes back and argues with Zach over it, and then he goes back to his mom. But basically, this is like the big blow up. So this is the one where, Zach is saying, like, Zach's pissed. So he's saying, Melly's telling him, like, F her, this is just the devil trying to break us apart. Don't listen to anything. She's not going to pull up over there. She's done with all of the mess. Just block it out of your life. Zach is telling Melly, no, I'm going to expose her. I've had it. This part's kind of interesting too, because during this conversation, this is when, Melly's telling him, no, like, it's not going to get that far. It's going to stop. This is whatever. And Zach tells him that he doesn't trust me. He says, I feel like y'all are up to something, which is interesting. So, and, Melly doesn't like the fact that he says something about how he doesn't like that, he was being made to feel, or he doesn't want to be in a house with somebody who doesn't trust him or whatever. But Zach flat out told him, like, that he doesn't really trust him right now. So he feels like him and Jamie are up to something. So Melly's trying to calm him down, and he's telling him, I don't give a F what you do to my mama. I don't care. I'll never say I'll kill or harm you, whatever. He also tells him he's going to, give him everything, pay him what he owes him for anything he's done. And he's going to, he's like, you can have the house, you can have whatever. We're saying you can have the house. I mean, they rented the house. So it's not really giving him a house. It would be, but whatever. He says you can have it all. You can have the guns, whatever, even the Netflix. F my mama, F the house. I'll pay you back for everything. And tells him he's going to go stay at a hotel. So Zach tells him, I'm good. It's just that something tells me y'all are up to something. You don't owe me anything, whatever. But he tells him, if this were the other way around, my mom wouldn't be doing this. And he said, before I let anything happen to me or play with my family, everybody will die. Zach is also telling Melly, like, he doesn't like the fact that, Jamie and whoever is, not whoever, Jamie is, running her mouth about him. And I don't know if y'all have seen it. The video where she talks about, him. I mean, I'm not going to play it on here because she says a couple things that I think are, that are incredibly, like, she uses a couple derogatory terms I don't like and that are disrespectful. I'm not going to play it on here, but you can look it up. But she did a video where, she's talking about how he doesn't even have street cred and he couldn't even take a charge for some weed. And, she's got street cred and her guns are bigger than his and whatever. So the conversation goes back, he goes back to his mom. He's fighting with mom again. And he's telling mom, you started this by texting his mom. And, there's going to be problems not even knowing what you're telling mom. There's going to be problems not even knowing what you're talking about. You're a grown lady, but you're doing childish stuff. She's minding her own and you keep messing with her. And so she says this part was kind of interesting too. So she tells him, I wish you would take up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. And she said, making a live talking about your mom is going to make people hate you. I would never do this. And he says, You tell everyone my business and aren't even right. So you're the reason that they hate me. You've got me looking like a bad person. I thought that was kind of sad. This is the big part where we were all like, like, oh, wow. When Melly said, I don't even know what to say anymore. Talking to Zach about Jamie, she does stuff out of the blue. She's the devil for real. We're more than 2 hours in. I don't have anything to do with her anymore. If y'all kill her, F it. She ain't my mama. She sold her soul. Which obviously sounds shocking to hear. Now, as we go on now, so that's August 30th. Now, as we go on, the next day, there's conversations between Melly and recruitment team number 1. This is the part where they are giving him the quote knowledge, basically like giving him all the stuff about the G-Shines, all the stuff for him to memorize because they are recruiting him and he needs to know it according to them, whatever. So over the first 2 weeks of September, there's a lot of conversation between him and recruitment team number 1. Now, there are more texts from them toward, to Melly than there are from Melly to them, but this is not like, oh, they're just trying and Melly's ignoring them. Like he's responding, he's telling them back, that he wants to learn, he's doing what he needs to do to get in, whatever. So there is a lot of communication between him and recruitment team number 1 in the beginning. There's this part too. So Goon tells him about the Godfather. This is Godfather for recruitment team number 1, and he drops, some names saying that, the Godfather is he's well known on death row in the music industry. He knows, Young Thug, French Montana, Jules Santana, saying that he's a blood too, and he's, talking about how he has all these connections. So as we go on through, there's conversations too between him and Fredo, but there's nothing like major. So I'm going to skip through this because it's Cliff Notes version. So this is the part where, see, all of this in the yellow and blue is all the stuff from recruitment team number 1. So you can see that he's going through and like, this is where they're kind of quizzing him about things, whatever, talking to him about, the knowledge that he has and what he knows and all of that. So they go through this, these first couple weeks, he does talk, first couple weeks of September, he does talk to them a good bit. Now, on September 11th, this is where the tension with the Bloods stuff starts. The recruiter teams starts because he meets Herc. So Herc is part of recruitment team number 2. Remember, it's Herc and Gino. So he meets Herc and seems like he kind of hits it off with him. So, and he tells Goon that he just met him, and he says, he tells him who he is, and he says, he knows who you are. Goon doesn't recognize the name, but he's like, maybe if I saw him, whatever. But they kind of hit it off. And at that point, from this point forward, the communication as far as like the recruitment stuff and his involvement with G-Shine leans more toward Herc and Gino than it does Goon and Bappa. And remember that video that we saw where he had Melly's name written in there as Melly's. He had it. He didn't have them in there nice words. They wasn't nice words. And he called him and he said, who are you walking with? And he said, Gino. Well, that's why, because he's mad because, they had recruited him. He said he was, walking with them, whatever. And then he basically kind of dipped out on them and went to recruitment team number 2 because he liked hanging out with them more. Goon, the one in yellow, is the one who I've said before has kind of like the Stan vibes. Like if you think about like Eminem and Stan, based on the text that we've seen. Now we don't know the entirety of the conversation. These are what we've seen, but he talks to him a lot about, he keeps hitting him up about coming to shows and wanting to, hang out in the VIP section, that type of thing. And Melly just kind of keeps blowing him off. So, he's even asking him like, hey, can you post me on Instagram? Because I think he worded it hella hoes last time he posted him. So Fun stuff. So, all right. So now keep in mind that last conversation between, or like the last big argument between Jamie and Melly was at the end of August. Now here we are on the 11th, and Jamie's telling him, your grandma's over. They wanted to see you. And she tells him, you're my heartbeat. I miss you. And I cry all the time. But I know I have to let you grow up. And he says, no need to cry. You're fixing to be a millionaire. So it sounds like with her saying, I miss you all the time, it sounds like, maybe that last blow up kind of kept them from being as close as they used to be. So, but now they're communicating again. Okay. Now in the purple is Herc. So these are when the conversations start between Herc from recruitment team number 2 and Melly, and he starts kind of leaning more toward all of that. Now, in between all of this too, there are other conversations like between him and his mom, and him and Fredo Bang, and him and other people. But basically all of this through here is they talk about there's money that's brought up a few times, and when he's going to get money and that type of thing. And there's more rental cars brought up, but let's see. He talks about the shows and having Herc and them come to the shows. He also says, I think this is the one. Okay, here it is. Yeah. So this is actually, it says Q-Shine, but he was listed as, that was one of his nicknames too, but I'm trying to stick with the same nickname for the whole thing. Okay. So, Herc tells him that he's going to go meet Melly at one of the shows, and he tells him that he has sticks with him. So that's like long guns, sticks or long guns. So like rifles, shotguns, that type of thing. And he's like, let me know when you're pulling out. We're going to pull out behind you. So it's kind of like now, like he's now recruitment team number 2 is kind of like stepping up to like, hey, we've got your back. We're going to support you, whatever. Kind of be like your, bodyguard, security team, whatever. So, they go, he tells Melly when he's getting ready to pull out, he said, we're positioned with the stick waiting on him to pull out. And Melly responds and says he just pulled out. So I thought that was kind of interesting too. Now, Goon messages him about the same time too. This is, from recruitment team number 1. And this is the same time where Gino, now from recruitment team number 2, who's the one that's over Herc, Gino messages him and gives him the number, says, hey, me and the Godfather talked about you. We're coming to your show in Orlando. So the show in Orlando, I believe was supposed to be the following month, which is October. Keep that in mind too. So they go through all of this. You can see that they talk back and forth, whatever. He also has some conversations with his mom about just random things here and there. But the things that I really want to point out for this. Okay, let's look at this. Gino's still... see, all of this is conversation between him and recruitment team number 2. So you can see that all of the conversation that he was having with recruitment team number 1 has pretty much not ceased, but has dropped off dramatically. And now he's kind of talking to the second group. So on the 22nd, that was the show that he missed. It was this show that he was supposed to be at. Whatever it was called, pinups or something. I don't remember what it was. But anyway, he had this show that he was supposed to show up at, and he didn't go. And he told his mom that he was getting his hair done, and that's why he didn't go. So there is a text that he sent that said earlier that he was in the chair. He would call somebody when he got out of the chair, which I would take to mean the chair where he's getting his hair done. But there's a lot of conversation on that day too between him and Gino and Bappa, or not Bappa, him and Gino and Herc. Bappa did text him a couple times too. So him and his mom get into that whole thing about how, she's mad because he missed the show, and he says, it's fine. Even Michael Jackson missed shows, whatever. So they go through all of that. So later that following day, he missed the show on the 22nd that night. So the next day, he's talking to Gino from, remember, recruitment team number 2. And he's basically setting up stuff about, he says he's trying to invest in Square. So he's talking to him about drug stuff. He's going to get something, whatever. He says, ain't none down there. You can get it and charge $1,200 an ounce and make $7,200. So they go through all of this type stuff. Talk about Skittles, etc. All this is drug stuff. So what's funny is, so the guy who he's wanting to get the drugs from to sell, he wants to know what Melly would charge for a hook and a verse. So, so he gives him Track's phone number. Let's see, more conversations with Fredo, but none of the stuff with Fredo is really like incriminating or weird or whatever. Okay, so again, you see how much conversation is had between Melly and recruitment team number 2 leading up to everything. He talks about Tall, who is the Godfather. So now they're talking about meeting him to bring him into the Godfather and all that. Now at this point, Melly is not responding as much. So Herc is saying, hey, what's up with that? You're supposed to be keeping in contact. Melly tells him that he's been very busy, and Herc basically tells him, I know that, but you have to communicate because people get killed for bringing in the wrong people, and I'm not trying to go through all that, whatever. Let's see, scroll on through. Let's get to some of the more stuff. Let's see. Okay, so at this point, Goon is still, everybody's kind of talking about Goon, because so Goon was the guy from recruitment team number 1. And at this point, he's like hitting up everybody, talking about, where's Melly at, whatever. So they're all kind of talking about, at this point, they're all talking about him saying, he's sure is following you around a lot, and he sure is trying to, get in touch with you. And he's even calling other people looking for him. And so Melly says that basically that it's kind of creeping him out. Like he says, it's weird. So we get to October. Of course, this is when the murders happen. There's conversations about money here and there too. That's the stuff that some of those texts that they gave us. They talk about, he's still talking to the people in recruitment team number 2. This is one of the things. Okay, so Herc says Melly needs to hit him back because other G-Shine members are set tripping, which is one of the things that they said where, it can be one of those things where it can be punishable by death. So they go through all of that. Let's see. He talks about Gino tells Melly that he's talented, and he said it is an honor to lead him and thanks him for the opportunity, and he won't let him down. So at this point, the way that he's talking is like, it's making it sound like, this has been, decided, whatever. And keep in mind, we also heard that call where Melly tells Goon when he calls that he's, that's what he pledged to. He's walking with Gino. So Godfather wants to sit you down, talk to you, whatever. Now, let me get to, this part too. Gino tells Melly he has to communicate more. He wasn't checking in enough, whatever. It's October 8th that Sack tells Melly that the police came to the house about the money, and they tried to make it seem like they did something to get that money. More talk about money. Let's see. Herc and Gino at this point are starting to get pissed off. So now he's told them, hey, I'm walking with you, but he's not doing anything that they're telling him to do, and they're getting mad. And they ask, are you just messing with us? Because you need to get back to us, whatever. And Gino's like, you just cut a fool off. So they're getting, you can tell that there's getting to be more aggression in their text to him. Let's see. So, there's more conversation between him and his mom, that type thing. On the 16th, Herc says, talk to me like a man, bro. they're still getting mad. They're getting madder and madder that he's not answering. He's not talking to them. Okay. Now keep in mind, this is on the 16th, October 16th, right? So, let's see. Sack says, all right, so this is the conversation. This is part of what they entered in today. Sack says, I ain't worried about him. And when are we going? When are we going up top? I need to give my mom this money and we got to at least get peso. So that conversation they talked today about getting the gun, they didn't say it was a gun. I assume it's a gun, but whenever he was talking about whatever he was going to buy from them, negotiating the price and all that is this same day, which is a couple days after, they're getting more and more angry. Okay. So fast forward, have a safe flight, whatever. Okay. So now we get to the point where he's in Chicago. This is like where the more important stuff starts. Keep in mind, recruitment team number 2 is getting more and more pissed off. So he's in Chicago. The night, whatever, that he does that video where he's all messed up is the first time that he responds to Herc and Gino. And he responds to both of them while he's there. And he finally responded to Herc and he said, "Rise up, Herc." And then he responded to Gino and said, "Beloved." So this is the first time that he's actually answered them. He's in Chicago. He also texts, Sack also texts him and says, "Be safe." And he asks, "Where's the fire?" And he says it's in the shoebox. So I believe, again, we're talking about the gun. Now, Gino tells him, "Hit me when you're free. Got to get another one." Melly and Sack text back and forth. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Fix that. Okay. So he tells Sack, "I'm proud of you, fool. I don't give a F what nobody says. We know what we're doing." So again, here we are where Melly's telling Sack, like, don't worry about what anybody else says. So obviously other people are saying stuff. So again, we're right back here saying the same thing. This is where this second the second conversation that we saw between Melly and PZ Gambino earlier. You can't really see what they're saying though, but they had conversations the same day. And then Mom says, "You look so happy. I love you." He says, "I am," whatever. Okay. So then we get to, I think I had I thought I had the screenshot, maybe not. I thought I had the screenshot of the video. I'm not going to play the video because last time they cut it off for policy violation because there was so much colorful language. But basically, he goes through this video, and you can tell that he's like he's messed up on something. Who knows what? Maybe he's drunk. Maybe he's high. Maybe he's both. Maybe he's what? I don't know what he is, but you can tell that he ain't quite there. But he goes through this whole thing and he's talking. Now, a lot of what he's talking about is he mentions G-Shine stuff and he's stacking and he's going through all of this. He talks about how he's holding everything in. He says something about Sack and he says, "I know the real Sack Chaser. You don't know Sack Chaser." And he said, "That's my twin. Shout out to my twin, whatever." So then you can tell that he's getting texts that are coming in as he's on this live. And he's like, he tells Track, he says, 100K Track, "Leave me alone." So I don't know if Track saw him like acting wild and was trying to text him, tell him, get off of Instagram Live, whatever. But he goes through this whole thing. While he's on live, he gets this text, which is an oath, a copy of the oath from Gino. I think that this could be important because if he's, if you watch the video, you could see him on Instagram Live talking about, G-Shine. And so then that's when they send him this thing saying, "I swear to uphold the utmost honor and respect for all rules and regulations. Vow to be respected, disciplined, militant, and trustworthy, for I am a reflection of this hood. I vow to also and always aid and assist in any time of need, for my loyalty relies in G-Shine." So I think it's a little bit possibly, I don't really believe in many coincidences. So maybe that means something that he's sending that to him while he's on live talking about it and all that. Mama sees him on live and is like, hey, you're acting crazy. Go lay down. This is the same. This is while he's in Chicago, remember? So she's telling him like, hey, go lay down, get you some rest. She said, I don't know who pissed you off, but I don't like you seeing like that, or don't like seeing you like that. So he goes back to, see, that's the way I took it too. Gino warning him the behavior is not in line with the rules of G-Shine. That's the way I took it too. So anyway, so now he comes back to Florida. So he's back in Florida. He asks Zach, where's the fire at? Zach answers, he says it's in here somewhere, whatever. So they talk again. This is the day of the murders. Well, this is the day, but then of course the murders happen, later in the evening, early morning, etc. So this is where Peasy, the conversation we saw today, it happens about right here, where Peasy asks him if he has an old phone. Let's see. This is where Goon, who's recruiting team number 1, said, what do you have going on? Guys are, hitting him up, talking about him talking wild on Instagram. So they go to the studio, and this is like the step data and all of that. The murders happen. And then there's all the steps. We've seen all this. This is the stuff that we've gone over a bunch. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that. So all of the conversations that happen after all of this. So he is sending he calls track at 4:40, sends his location drop at 4:42 to Fredo Bang. Fredo says, I'm on my way. So we all know this. This is the stuff that we've been through a lot. I'm not going to spend too much time on that because we've spent a lot of time on that already. But here's the other conversation where he says, I did that happened at 4:02. Where where Peasy texts him and asks him, or messaged him on Instagram and says, hey, is everything good? And he said, I did that. And then shush, whatever. I'm wondering if they're insinuating or if their theory is that he, got that gun from Peasy, a few days before, and that's why he, was telling him I did that. Like maybe that, maybe, I don't know. So Herc from recruitment team number 2 says, sorry for your loss. Keep your head up. If you need guidance, to let him know. So this is one of the things that they talked about in court too, about saying that, oh, well, guidance could be, basically saying that, guide him through all of this stuff, not as like just a supportive thing, but as like a gang thing. Like I can guide you through the next steps, whatever. Travion Glass, remember his testimony. He messages and later this evening too, and he's the one who's like, where is it? He said, Melly tells Travion, tell them F that if they think that I did something, whatever. So when, where is it? When, did I miss it? The part where he says, oh, no, wait, it's coming later. Okay, so he goes to that video shoot that we saw that afternoon, that evening, whatever. He goes to the video shoot for that song that he did with Berga. Okay, so the 27th, yeah, that's the 26th. So the 27th, which is the day after, Melly's phone connects to his own home phone Wi-Fi. This is the big part, at 3:02 a.m. So we know that now he has arrived home at 3 a.m., about almost 24 hours after the murder. 20 minutes later, Fredo texts him and says, are you good? He said, hell yeah, I appreciate everything. I love you. Fredo tells him, I love you too. I'm only a phone call away. And then he tells him, that he's moving to LA. Now, I don't know if that means LA or Louisiana, because I know Fredo's, he had mentioned moving to Louisiana before, which is the only reason I think maybe that's what he meant, but who knows? So Fredo tells him, hit me up if you need me, whatever. So he sends his mom his location. Now this is at 3:00 when he gets to his house. He sends his mom's location at 3:40. Mom says, okay, love you. Now it's 12 hours later that his mom, now this is the first time that we've seen Melly that we know of that he was at the house, that he was at his own house. It's the first time we know of that he was there. And then he's gone again. And his mom texts him and says, I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. So why would mom go get the trash 12 hours after he was there? Why would she go get the trash, period? There's not really a reason for her to go get the trash that doesn't have like a sketchy, possibility. This is a gated community. This is towns away. It's not like they don't have a trash guy. They, there are other people that live at the house too. And other people who were staying at the house. Withers had been there. Portland had been there. So she would have no reason to go get the trash. So that's to me something that I can't believe that the prosecution did not point out, that they read the text in court, but they didn't point out, hey, this is not too long after Melly had gone home and then left again. So whatever. So the next morning, 4:53 a.m., Melly's phone connects to Track's Wi-Fi. So we know that he went to Track's house, and then it connected to Hilton Honors. And I pulled it up. It's north of Fort Lauderdale. So he's staying at a hotel just north of, it's over by Track's house, really. So he went to Track's and then he went to the hotel. He tells his mom to bring Mariah, I'm assuming, to the hotel where he's at. Okay, so this is another thing, too, that lines up kind of interestingly. He tells, Travion tells him, you got to talk up because all of this has fallen on me. And then 30 minutes later is when he texts his mom, you have to get me a Glock, like right now. I think that has significance. So, I mean, if he's guilty and he's hearing like, you need to talk up right now because this has fallen on me. And then all of a sudden he's like, hey, I need a gun like ASAP. I think that, and keep in mind, this is still going through, we're looking at this as the prosecution's case. We haven't heard defense yet. We're looking at this as prosecution's case. So, of course, that's going to look, sketchy. So, it's also interesting that the text and communication between him and I want to put this up here in case they do come back because they're going to be coming back soon. The communication between him and recruitment team number 2 picks back up after this. So he is talking to them again more after this. Hurt tells him, we got to watch how we talk to each other, talk normal, hit me back. And he said, I want to ask you about some music if that's cool. Melly says, bet. So now he's responding to him again. So I'm curious to see what the closing arguments are going to be, because I am curious to see all of the things that they've brought out. I think that it'll be interesting to see how she pulls them together, because we can look at them in time, the time frame all we want, but I want to know what their pull thing is.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
How about the state?
Yeah, we're printing a hard copy of jury instructions for Mr. Howard at his request.
Just
Still utilizing them.
The thing is, any of these things, if you want him to be innocent, if you don't want to look at evidence, you can look at any of these things and say that doesn't matter. That doesn't make sense. Nobody, like, that's, whatever. You can explain one piece away easily. You can explain one piece of evidence away easily for a lot of different things. But when you put them together as a whole in an entire timeline like this, that's where stuff gets more tricky, because it's easy to explain away one thing. It's not easy to explain away months worth of things in an entire picture. So there are things that by themselves may not have been that interesting or that incriminating, but together.
They're still in the restaurant.
Perfect.
But see, my thing is, I didn't think it had anything to do with the gang stuff when we started. And I thought, like, well, this is kind of a waste of time. They're just showing he's affiliated. But then when I put everything in the timeline, I'm like, maybe it has more to do with it than originally thought. But who knows? Where do you get what docs? Which ones are you looking for? I am very interested to see what the defense has. I mean, right now, everything points to guilty because that's supposed to. At the end of prosecution's case, everything's supposed to point to guilty. So, yeah, this is easy to see, him in a guilty light based on the evidence presented, because that's what prosecution does. So I'm ready to see the defense. I'm ready to see if they give us something else to think about, some other explanation that, we can look at to be like, oh yeah, like, okay, that's doubt. That makes sense. I'm ready to see what they got. I'm not, but I wish I were. Give me about 2 more sidebars and I might be. I'm not driving to my daughter's house to take trash out on a regular. Nobody does. Nobody goes to somebody else's house where they don't live, towns over, to take the trash out, especially when other people are there. We know that Withers was there. We know that Portland had been there. So we know that, like, if it was just like, oh, hey, bro, I have, hamburger meat that I put in my trash and it's going to start stinking. Can you take it out to the curb for me? There are other people in the area that could have done it. Mom went and got the trash. There's a reason for that. My thing is, I don't know if, Melly's hiding something. He's obviously hiding something. So now if it was, her getting the trash because, I mean, come on. What other reason would there be? What other reasonable reason would there be?
All right, bring your.
Yeah, we're still on cross. We'll do a poll when they finish cross-examination. I want to wait and let them finish all of this, and then we'll do one because the state will be resting their case
Jury entering.
after they finish.
gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, as well as the ladies and gentlemen of the juries. Our witness remains on the stand. I hope you all had a nice lunch when we broke. Counsel was on his cross-examination of Detective Moretti. So hopefully you're able to continue now, counsel. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You may.
Detective, I think I've left asking you if you ever asked Jameson Francois how long he had the 9807 phone that's attributed to Melly.
I never asked him that question.
You never asked.
Correct, sir.
So you don't know specifically from him. Well, let me back up. When you met him, he pulled it out of his pocket, correct?
It was in like a fanny pack.
Okay, he pulled it out of his fanny pack. And you never asked him how long he had it, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna make him because he had the 9807 phone, the 3 holsters in his storage locker, and the ammunition found in his house as a suspect.
Okay,
That would be number 6.
number 6, Mr. Jameson Francois, the cell site data does not put him at the scene.
I'm not asking, there's no question pending, so I appreciate you offering.
Okay.
So we get the 9807 phone from Mr. Francois. And as we sit here today, you don't know where the 3 guns are that were found and that were missing from the holsters in his storage, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know anything about the gun locks, whether or not they are related to additional guns, correct?
Correct.
Oh, I forgot.
Now, we know that when Cortland Henry was arrested, he was wearing different clothes or a different shirt than what was portrayed by him as he walked out of the studio, correct?
He was arrested on the 26th.
I'm sorry?
You're right.
I said he wasn't arrested on the 26th.
You're absolutely right. We know that when you saw Mr. Henry at the hospital and compared what he was wearing at the hospital to what he was wearing as he walked out of the studio, he had on a different clothes.
Yes.
We also know that the victim's DNA was on Mr. Henry's shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
We also know that Mr. Henry had GSR located on his hands.
2 parts GSR.
Now, when Melly surrendered in February of 19, I think it was February 13th,
Yes, sir.
for all practical purposes, I think you marked case closed by arrest, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did Sergeant Williams from BSO get involved, if you know?
The exact date I do not know.
Would it was after you closed the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who asked Sergeant Williams to get involved, and he's the one who supposedly did the trajectory analysis?
That actually transpired when the case was filed with the state attorney's office. So sometime late January 2019. And it's also been corroborated by the fact that when they turned over discovery to you, it said trajectory analysis pending. So that information was made available to you back then. We just had not started that portion.
Would it surprise you to learn that it was November 16th of 2021 that Williams was contacted by the prosecutor's office?
Yep.
That was 3-4 years after this event?
Yes, sir.
Would it also, you met with Sergeant Williams, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would it surprise you to learn that after meeting with you and looking at your reports, he put that aside?
I don't know, sir.
Would it also surprise you to learn that he came into this courtroom and said,
Sustain.
do you know when Detective Polo from the BSO got involved in this investigation?
It was sometime before we went back to grand jury and re-indicted.
Would it surprise you to learn that he didn't get involved until February of 2022?
Yeah, that's surprising.
That was what? Close to 4 years after the event.
If you say so.
Well, 18 to 22, isn't that about 4 years?
I'm just not arguing with you, sir. I'm just not arguing with you.
Would it also surprise you that after this young man surrendered and was charged with these murders, that years later, there was a DNA analysis again done?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Heck of an investigation, I guess. I'm sorry. I apologize. Would it also surprise you that after the Jeep was searched and processed hours on 3 different occasions, that miraculously Sergeant Williams found additional evidence in the vehicle that obviously someone missed?
Yes, sir. I read that.
Miraculously.
So someone did do their job completely.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Didn't I say it was because of different technology?
No.
Or different testing?
We have so far 6 suspects in this case. Cortland Henry, correct?
Yes, sir.
David Hedgepath,
Yes, sir.
a guy Bentley unknown because you didn't bother to look at that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Correct.
You meant to.
Sustain.
Bentley, correct?
We did look into it, we could not identify it.
Okay. Unidentified. Christopher Thomas Sr., correct?
Yes, sir.
The incident at Walmart,
Yes, sir.
Jameson Francois so far as suspects.
Yes, sir.
You also talk about a Montrell Rowe as a potential suspect, correct?
I never identified Montreal Rule as a suspect.
Well, did you review some jail calls without telling me what they are? I don't want to get in trouble. Without telling me what they are, did it lead to Montrell Rowe knowing some information?
I have to be careful, I don't want to upset anyone. cause a sidebar. There was a
It just
pension.
requires a yes or no.
Repeat your question, sir.
Did Montrell roll,
So grouchy.
because of information he may have known, become at one time a suspect?
No,
No. Did you interview Montrell Roll or his sister?
his sister, yes.
And without telling me why or what was said, that was because of some information, whatever that information was, dealing with these murders, correct?
Correct.
Now, there was talk, I think by you, at the request of the state, about a Jay Green.
Yes, sir.
Jay Green, it was someone who had, based upon your investigation, threatened this young man, correct?
And there was some tension between the two of us.
Did you bother to interview Jay Green?
I did not because,
It only requires a yes or no, sir.
Okay.
So
No,
the
sir.
answer to your question is, and you keep writing those notes down, you did not even take the time to interview Jay Green, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's suspect number 8.
Melly addressed that though and said it wasn't even really beef.
There was also an individual by the name of Frito Bang that you mentioned.
Yes, sir.
Frito Bang, his real name is Frederick Gibbons, correct?
Correct.
Frederick Gibbons was a rap singer, correct?
Yes, sir.
He lived right around the corner on the other side of the lake where Melly lived, correct?
Correct.
There was also some talk on the various phones you analyzed of putting this young man on the plate, right?
Yes, sir.
That is a fancy way or a code way of saying, I'm gonna kill him, correct?
Correct.
And that was done by, let me make sure, sir. That was done by Herc
Yes, sir.
and Goon.
I don't remember Guna, but I do remember her.
Yeah, Herc and Goon are two different recruitment teams. Get your facts together.
Did you take the time to interview Herc?
No, sir.
So that would be suspect number.
Objection, Your Honor, continue to discuss sidebar.
Like, I'm just saying, objection, just.
Yes, sir.
You were
I'm fine.
No argument.
Yes. That would be suspect number 10.
Yes, sir.
There was mention about Goon, who was on various messages, also threatening this young man because he wasn't responding to Herc or any of the other upper echelon people in this gang called the Bloods. Correct?
Correct.
Did you talk to Goon?
No, sir.
Do you even know Goon's real name?
No, sir.
Do you know Herc's real name?
No, sir.
And I think you mentioned a guy by the name of Gino that also was, you reviewed some messages saying he's not responding to these various members of,
Of the United Blood Nation?
yeah,
Yes, sir.
tell the members of the jury who Gino is.
Probably another gang member.
Do you know his real name?
No, sir.
We're now up to 13 suspects.
Yes, sir.
And I don't like to stop at 13, because some people think that's an unlucky number.
It's
So
not
how about
13
Wando, who also threatened this young man? Did you bother to talk to him or investigate him?
No, sir.
Remember he
Stop
got in
at
a fight with
lucky
him and Zach.
14. I think that's 13.
Wando Rondo and NBA Youngboy got in the fight with him and Sack.
Now, as a trained investigator, you would never intimidate any witness to a crime, would you?
Correct.
You would never threaten a witness if he said something you didn't like, would you?
No, sir.
You mentioned the name of Patrick Deloche.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that you interviewed him as a potential witness, right?
Yes, in the presence of the state attorney.
PZ Gambino.
And didn't you threaten him by,
I'm sorry?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
didn't you threaten Patrick Deloche without telling me what it is?
No, sir, I don't believe I threatened him. Did I advise him that lying to us could result in him being charged with a crime?
Patrick
Yes.
Deloche.
We got as many suspects as we do sidebars now. Well, it's showing that they didn't have tunnel vision at least. A lot of these that they already went over, and then a lot of them were mentioned in text. I mean, Fredo Bang, Wando Rondo. One of them he mentioned was in jail.
You mentioned an Adrian Davis.
Yes.
Oh,
Did you threaten him at all?
No, sir.
If someone would ask for an attorney as you're questioning them, you would.
Speculation.
Sustain.
You interviewed Adara Scott, correct?
Yes.
Did you threaten her?
Did not threaten her, sir. I advised her that not being truthful and honest could result in her being arrested for accessory after the fact.
And go to prison for a long time, correct?
Suggestion.
Hearsay.
What he said, my understanding is.
Yes.
Not asking what the
No.
person might have said, what you said. Detective.
Yes. I had to review the statement, but I did advise her that lying to us could result in her being charged for accessory after the fact.
And go to jail for a long time, correct?
And that's what's in my statement, and that's what's in my statement.
And didn't you also tell Patrick Deloche?
Objection, hearsay.
It's what he said. I'm sorry.
The thing is, okay, you can mention everybody who's ever had a problem with them, but that doesn't make them like a credible, like, these are not suspects. You can be a person of interest, you can be, you know, somebody to look into, but that doesn't make them suspects. But he's, you know, wanting the jury to hear all these people. The thing is, in order to be a suspect, you have to have been able to be in that back seat. I normally like Stu. I'm not. He ain't on it today. He's made a lot of mistakes. He's gotten a lot of the names mixed up. He's gotten a lot of the facts mixed up. I wish that David A. Howard would have done this one. But he's got his sassy pants on, that's for sure.
Let's go to Patrick Deloche and see if I can refresh your recollection. May I approach?
Patrick Deloche is Easy Gambino.
A statement and his words.
Who's state?
Patrick Deloche with Detective Moretti and Christine Bradley present.
That conversation was not specific to the murder, that was specific.
Did you in fact threaten to have him be federally indicted? Yes or no?
Yes, because of gun sales.
Gun sales. Did you in fact tell him that he would not see his kids for a couple of years?
Possibly.
Well, may I approach?
Yes, sir. Same document.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Gun sales. I knew that was a gun sale gun that he was trying to get from him. Literally 100%. Literally 100% chance. I'm gonna turn on my notifications.
Did you in fact threaten Jameson Francois?
The same answer, sir. We advised them that lying to us could result in their arrest.
Did you in fact tell him he would be deported to Haiti?
Yes.
Did you in fact tell him that despite the fact that he has lived in this country since he's been 5 years old, he would be deported that, these are his words.
Counsel.
I'm sorry,
Relevance.
I apologize.
Sitting witnesses.
Restate your question, Counsel.
Dad's getting mad.
Did you, as a trained investigator, threatened Jameson Francois to be deported to Haiti, even though he's been in this country since 5 years.
Yes, sir.
Did you in fact threaten that he would not get fed and get any medicine in the Haitian jails?
I don't know about that in conversations.
Threatening a witness is,
Objection, Your Honor.
Anyone ask a question? What's the objection?
Relevant.
Now, you overrule this, well, go ahead. Ask your question.
do you think threatening a witness who tells you something that you don't like really gets to the truth?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant.
Sustain.
All right, Felicia Holmes, let's look at witness. Okay. Okay. I need a drink.
When you questioned Jameson Francois, were you alone or did you bring immigration officers with you?
We were at the Chrome Detention Center, so of course the immigration officers had to be there.
May I approach?
Same state.
A different statement. Jameson Francois. Did you in fact tell him that the jails are overcrowded, in referring to Haiti? It's disease-ridden, it's a, excuse my French, a shithole.
Right. Objection noted, overruled.
I underlined it so you can see it.
Excuse me, counsel.
Oh.
Just a little witness there.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor.
Sustain. Counsel, I've asked you a couple times.
I apologize.
He needs to get it together. He's going to end up. He needs to get it together because he's kind of blowing it right now. Because this is when he was interviewing Track, and that's where Track.
Have you ever heard the term a key to an interview to get to the truth is you catch more with honey rather than vinegar?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider these threats that you gave to these various
Oh my
witnesses?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustain.
Relevant.
You obviously don't follow that technique.
Objection.
Oh my God.
Sustain.
Seriously?
Let me show you the list of suspects that we talked about and see if this is true and correct. May I approach?
Show counsel.
My mama used to say that too, but not about interrogating possible suspects. Because remember, he said a few minutes ago that Track was a suspect, and now he wants him to be nice to him, and you know, he's losing it a little bit. He needs to get it together.
Is this a fair and accurate list of the suspects we talked about that you indicated are suspects in this case?
Yes, sir.
Would you sign it for me? Dated today's date? Thank you. May I approach to get the document back? ask that this be marked as the next offense exhibit.
You're gonna say rejected this time.
It can be marked as a exhibit for identification. It's marked for identification. It's not evidence.
And does that document exhibit C, defendant C, fairly and accurately?
No, sir.
It doesn't.
I didn't come here to write.
It
That's what
lists all the names we talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
All the names involved in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I move it in evidence.
You're gonna say something.
Sustained.
Welcome.
I have no further.
Avery.
Madam, is there any regret to this witness?
Yes, please.
Yes, please, she says.
So Detective Murray, you said that's not a fair and accurate statement of all of the suspects. Who needs to be added to that list before you could say it actually describes people for their suspects in this case?
It's missing the defendant's name,
And who would that be?
Janelle Devons.
Okay. With regards to the first thing counsel asked you about, the word that. I want to go to what's been previously put into evidence as state 64. Other source.
Let's go through the hundreds of thousands one by one to see if we can find that.
I think Gary was kind enough to get our screen working.
I don't think it went how he wanted it to go. I think David should have done that one.
Going to what's highlighted on the screen. What's the name of the song by Mr. Demmons? What is that one called? In the bottom right-hand corner of the screen?
Melly fix that, THAT_01.mp3.
Okay. In terms of going through the various messages. Yes, please. Going on previously evidence, it states 106. Is that same song sent back and forth between Mr. Williams and Mr. Demmons?
Yes, ma'am.
That was from states 106 for counsel. Going to states 112. Statements, and this is the conversation between the 6942 number.
Uh-oh.
On September 16th of 2018. How does the defendant spell that?
THAT.
On November 18th of 2018, how does the defendant spell that?
THAT.
On December 31st of 2018, how does the defendant spell that?
THAT.
Counsel asked you about that red Mitsubishi. I'm going now to state 118, the Facebook. Specifically page 293. starting on page 294, the conversation, who on October 28th of 2018, who is that being sent by? Who is the author of that message? Hey, baby.
Gianna Thompson.
That's the other name he has on his neck. With his mom's name, he is Jana. That's
On October 30th of 2018, 21:24:13 UTC. There's what is this message from Ms. Thompson to Jamel Demon's Facebook? Say,
Baby's mom.
You gave me a truck, baby? Question mark, question mark.
do you know what truck that is?
The red Mitsubishi.
Before that, October 28th, 2018. What does Jamel Demon send as a message to Jana Thompson?
My lawyer and my label told me not to talk to nobody.
Excuse me, I have an objection. May we approach?
Yep.
Well, I'm about to see what all, let me see what Boom is saying, if he's saying anything in the court. Cracking a cold one. Let's see.
Okay, continuing on, told me not to talk to nobody.
But I'm taking care of the funeral and your family is going to be good for life. But I know it won't replace our emojis that we don't have there.
On October 28, 2018, how does Jana Thompson respond? You can just read the first through ashes.
I don't want him buried. I want his ashes.
So Detective Rennie, counsel asked you about that list of suspects.
Yes, ma'am.
On Bentley. I'm gonna go to in States 70, page 132. And this is in the chat with Chapa on August 27th, 2018. Is the name Bentley referred to there?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could say, and I just want you to read from here to here.
Bentley told him not to sell it. Not to sell it.
So you talked about a charm or something. Is this the post regarding this necklace from Walmart?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the date on that?
8/25/2018.
So is Bentley and the person from Walmart the same suspect?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What information do you have in this case that puts Montrell Rule at the scene?
No information whatsoever. He was in jail at the time.
So his alibi checked out.
Yes,
So we can cross him off that list. Let's go to Chris Thomas Senior. Any information whatsoever that puts him at the scene?
no, ma'am.
Any indication whatsoever that he wanted to kill his own son?
No, ma'am.
Cross him off the list. Going to David Hedgepeth, Crucial Almighty. You indicated you first wrote a search warrant for his involvement on October 31st of 2018.
Yes,
Anything that ties him to the scene in Miramar?
none whatsoever.
And in terms of the follow-up investigation with his work records,
Yes, ma'am.
after you reviewed them, did you move on in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Going now to Portland Henry. Is Mr. Henry involved in this case?
Mr. Henry is a co-indicted defendant.
Going now in terms of the Jameson Francois. Does Mr. Francois have an alibi?
Yes,
How so?
he was at his house at the time. Stuff like that.
What about Jay Green? Council wouldn't let you answer the because, so I'm gonna ask if you complete your answer. So what can you say because Jay Green?
Because later that day, the defendant reached out to Jay Green, had a conversation with him on Instagram, and the conversation was, "I love you, fool."
Continuing on to Frederick Givens. How do you know that he wasn't there at Pembroke Road when he was 27?
Based upon the text conversation, he is the one that went to the scene, or to the pickup point, to pick up the defendant and take him back to his house.
And in terms of the location of the defendant going back to his house, whose house do you mean?
Frederick Gibbons' house.
Frederick Givens' house. Does Mr. Demon's phone connect back to the YNW Castle?
That day, no.
Kirk, Goon, and Gina. Do you have any indication whatsoever that either of those individuals were here in the state of Florida on October 26th, 2018?
No, ma'am.
Quando Rondo. Who is that?
I don't know, ma'am.
And in terms of when you're interviewing a witness, you advise them of what perjury is.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that done in every single one of your statements?
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Amos. Thank you. Gifted 5 memberships.
In terms, there's a lot of talk about surveillance footage and going and looking at various surveillance footage on that. Does the business have an obligation to cover the roadway in front of it?
Most of the time they don't.
Why?
It's not in their interest. They're most places like CVS and Walmart, they're more focused on what's going on inside.
So in terms of all the various places that you went to, did you collect evidence if it didn't show anything?
No, ma'am.
In terms of the cellular analysis that you did,
Yes, ma'am.
were you able to compare and contrast the cellular analysis you did with the one that the FBI did?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any discrepancies between the two?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Conclusion on it and speaking for another witness.
Overruled.
Are there any discrepancies between those two?
No, ma'am. My report mirrored their report.
Nothing further here.
I have just a few with the court's permission.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that if you don't check the surveillance tapes, you have no idea what's on them?
Correct.
So you don't know what's on any of these cameras, on all of these companies that had cameras up and down Miramar Parkway, Pines, and the route that you took the helicopter ride on.
We were able to walk it out and assess what the cameras covered, what it did not cover.
Frederick Givens, you said purportedly, my client went there. Certainly you got a search warrant to search that house for blood, clothes, or anything of that nature.
Sustained.
Did you get a search warrant for?
Excuse me, I sustained the objection.
You mentioned Frederick Givens, is that correct?
Yes,
You mentioned and just told this jury that supposedly my client went to that house immediately after this incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a search warrant for that house? Verify or collect evidence?
Outside the stove.
Over,
We did not find out the exact location of Frederick Givens until we actually seized the cell phone, analyzed the cell phone. And if you look back at previous statements, no one could ever give us the address. So by the time we actually discovered what his address was, he was no longer living in that area.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Would you agree with the premise that you won't find any evidence
Objection, Your Honor.
stay.
if you don't?
Objection, Your Honor.
If, stay. Rephrase the question.
The individual, may I do it from here? I'm sorry, Judge.
Yes.
The individuals that you say had no connection to this incident, you did not investigate, correct?
Incorrect.
Did you investigate Wanda?
Tell me who that is.
Did you
Rondo.
investigate Jay Green?
Yes.
Did you investigate
This is painful.
Bentley?
Couldn't determine who Brandi was.
Can I see that list? Yeah.
This is bad. This is painful to watch.
Did you investigate Walmart incident?
No, sir.
Did you mention Montrell Road?
Yes, sir.
Did you investigate his sister?
Yes.
Did you investigate her?
No.
Did you investigate Goon?
No.
Did you investigate Gina?
No.
Thank you.
Any further students, counsel?
Briefly, Ann. Detective Moretti, do you look at any one piece of evidence by itself?
No, ma'am. Our decision to make an arrest is based upon the totality of the circumstances. It's all the factors that can encompass in a case, not just one person's name, one text message. It's everything.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Madam, you want to call your next witness?
At this time, the state would rest.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need a
Hey,
few minutes with the attorneys. Do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, certainly no research, including no heads on your chairs. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury step down. Counsel remain along with the defendant. So the state rested. Are we still on schedule for tomorrow then? You said Brandi Collins is going to be your witness. Is that right?
Yes, Judge.
Yes?
The possibility, Judge. Possible.
And he's available, Ms. Brandi?
Yes, Your Honor. He indicated, last council had asked for him to be here at 8:30. He said he could be here at 8:30.
All right. So assuming that you call Mr. Collins, is there any other witnesses that you anticipate calling tomorrow now?
We may have one more witness.
All right, so, and is the state going to have your rebuttal?
If they, depending on if they call the one civilian, there is a possibility of that.
So it's a possibility and it's going to be long or short.
Very short, Your Honor.
So are you all telling me or suggesting to me that you think you'll be over by, let's say, lunchtime tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Abelstein?
Yes, sir.
Yes? No.
Yes.
So I know you asked me to just adjourn or let the jury go now, so nothing's changed in that regard, correct? I'm just going to excuse the jury, tell them to be back here tomorrow at 9.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, and any objections, I just have Gary tell them, see you back tomorrow at 9?
No, you.
All right, so Gary, can you tell them, excuse them, walk them out?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So you have any motions?
Yes, Your Honor, we move for a judgment of acquittal on the premise that the state has not presented a case sufficient for a jury to rely upon for a conclusion of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond the several suspects who were not investigated, with contention is they have no connection to the case, which would be a difficult contention to make having not investigated them. The DNA evidence is inconclusive. The cell tower evidence, the witness said when it's specific, it's not accurate, and when it's accurate, it's not specific, and gave us essentially a statement that in certain instances, he was really able just to say that 2 phones were in the city of Miramar. And so they have no, this is a circumstantial case, and the circumstances themselves lend to a multitude of various scenarios. And in that instance where a set of circumstances can lead to the conclusion of guilt and lead to the conclusion of innocence, a jury would be required, and therefore we would argue that such a level of proof doesn't rise to the level of proof beyond reasonable doubt. What it does is it invites the jury to speculate and find proof less than proof beyond a reasonable doubt, where other scenarios of innocence exist. And so we would respectfully move the court for a judgment of acquittal at this time.
State?
Your Honor, the state would also make sure that council is aware of Bush v. State 295, 7th, 3rd, 179. That's a 2020 Florida Supreme Court case in which there is no special circumstantial standard of review on the judgment of acquittal. The state has put forth competent evidence to support each and every element of first-degree premeditated murder as to both count 1 and count 2, that the defendant is the individual who committed said crimes, that the victims are the ones that were deceased, and that there is a premeditated killing.
I'm sorry. We also renew all of our previously made objections during the motions to suppress before Judge Siegel, and all of our objections that we made during the course of the trial on the motions from this trial.
Thank you. All right, so I'll defer ruling, take it under advisement unless there's some other response. Is that yours? No other response?
That's it, Your Honor.
So I'll defer ruling, take it under advisement. So the plan going forward now is we're going to hear from, or may hear from Brandi Collins tomorrow. You may have one other additional witness other than that, correct, Mr. Adelstein?
Correct.
And the state may or may not have one rebuttal witness, but if that's the case, it'll still be done by, let's say, noon tomorrow, right?
I think that's a fair assessment.
So that tomorrow afternoon, you're going to read the jury instructions tonight,
Yes, sir.
and we're going to go over, we'll have a charge conference tomorrow afternoon. And we're anticipating then doing closings. I'm just going to tell the jury, you're going to find out tomorrow morning whether you're going to be available Wednesday morning or not.
Yes, sir.
So if you're available Wednesday, we're going to do closings on Wednesday. If you're not available Wednesday, I'm just going to tell the jury to come back on Thursday. Is that what we all agree to? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All
I
right.
would prefer to be here, Your Honor. I understand there are higher authorities compelling my presence elsewhere, but that is my preference would be to be here and be closing on Wednesday.
And my preference is to be home, but to be candid.
Understood, but you suggested there's there's some motion filed or something like that where they're saying they're not ready in the other case.
Correct.
So I don't know anything about it. Respectfully, it's just, Judge Fine requested your presence a couple of weeks ago. We had 250 jurors coming in, doesn't want to waste their time. All right, so I acquiesce to it. But in any event, so we'll just play it by ear, and we'll see everybody back tomorrow, 9 a.m., and we'll sort it out then. All right,
Yes, sir.
sir. Thank you. And, assuming goes to the jury on, the earliest it goes is at doing your closings Thursday. So it should be Thursday, it goes to the jury, and they'll have a room sequestered for then. Unless something happens and you're basically available on Wednesday, then we'll do it on Wednesday. The jury will get sequestered Wednesday night.
Yes, sir.
All right? All right, play it by ear. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Karen?
Hi. I mean, here's the thing. I was expecting a lot more from the cross-examination. I thought, like, they're going to come out with their A game, especially because they couldn't possibly carry on without Raven, because we saw how much she contributed today. So thank God they waited on her. But I was expecting, like, they had yet another break. So they were going to come in and knock it out of the park, like make us think a lot more about everything. And it's not. Oh, what a trial. I can't fix my face. I was thinking that, they were going to come out and, like, give us, like, to really poke holes in. We've been hearing this whole dang time about how they just had tunnel vision and, they just saw a star and wanted to go after the star. And so I was expecting them to point out ways that, to support what they had been saying all along. And that's just not what happened. That was not a good cross-examination. And I can see why Melly's face looked the way it looked at the end of the day. I think that we're, like, a lot of us who have been kind of impressed by the defense attorneys up to this point, especially, were looking at this thinking, like, this is their chance. This is 12 sidebars, 53 objections. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. So sequestered jury will want to come to a decision real fast, especially because they're over all of this. I mean, here's the thing. They've been saying this whole time that, like, talking crap about Moretti, saying that he didn't do his job and that he didn't even look at anybody, that he just saw this, rising star and he wanted a star, case to make a name and stuff like that. So, I was expecting them to get up there and back that up and show us how, why they think that. And that didn't happen at all. I mean, look, you can sit there on your legal pad and, with your sassy pants on and write down names all you want to with anybody who's ever fussed with anybody. But it's like Moretti said, like, having somebody that you fussed with or, in a text, here and there, it isn't enough to make them a suspect. And, he wanted him to, sign and date the list of suspects and then enter it in as evidence. And obviously she objected. Obviously it was sustained. But, that's the first thing she says, like, who's missing from this list? And he's like, well, the defendant. Well, obviously, like, and some of this stuff is like, okay, Fredo Bang ain't a suspect. I could see them saying something about him being, accessory after the fact, if they think that he had something to do with, cover anything up, or because he went there afterwards or whatever. Like if he were going for something like that, but Fredo Bang ain't a suspect in this. Like, it's just, I think that if he had maybe whittled that ridiculous list down some, and said, picked somebody that you thought could actually be a legit suspect instead of throwing out anybody who's ever had, a argument with him. I think if he had done that, it would have had more impact than him just throwing in anybody, hoping that, it makes sense. It's just, I just wasn't impressed by that at all. And I was expecting that to be like this is the lead detective that they've been saying this whole time didn't do his job. So I was expecting to hear a lot more from them poking holes in it, and I just didn't. Which shocks me because they've had plenty of time to prepare for this. So, yeah, so they'll be sequestered during deliberation, which I know that stinks for them, but man, do I agree with it. I mean, witness tampering is a real thing. Obviously, we've seen, Raven's partner was, or not partner, I can't think of the word. Personal assistant. Used to be an attorney and was convicted for witness tampering. They didn't have a lot to go on anyway. But I was expecting this to be, to hear for so long about how the detective messed everything up. I was expecting this to be like, to tell us why. So I don't know. I don't know. Interesting. All right. So we are done for the day. Done early because they're not prepared. Again, this is exactly why I said she faked it. But did you hear them say that they only have the two witnesses? They can't get Agent Collins until hopefully tomorrow. That's the whole reason that she was sick. They needed, they only have two witnesses, and they needed to stall trying to get time for him. They act like we're stupid, but we ain't. Interesting. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. It's only 1:35 my time, and it is beautiful and sunny, so I'm going out to the beach. Y'all be on the lookout. There's not a whole lot to recap from today, so I'll do a quick, the members only recap. I'll do a quick members only recap this afternoon or this evening once I come in from the beach. But I want to go soak in some sun while I can. But I'm kind of like, I'm a little bit disappointed. I was expecting like this, fantastic cross-examination, and it just wasn't. I mean, I don't know. We'll see what they say. We'll see what they say. I don't know how they can only have 2 defense witnesses, because I don't know how one of them, if one of them is going to be Agent Collins, then and then the other one is their trajectory person, I think. I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. I was expecting a lot more. And I think that, you can tell a lot sometimes by what the jury is thinking when you see the reactions of, this many people in chat all at once. And I don't think that anybody was, like, oh, yep, he sure did nail that. So I don't know. All righty. I am going to close the poll. Let's see. We are at right now at 82% guilty. So 82% guilty and 17% not guilty. Please like the video before y'all head out. It helps me tremendously. I am going to, I saw a couple of y'all asking me as we're going the next trial. I believe it's going to be Business, if it hasn't changed. I haven't even had a chance to look because I've been so busy with this one. Because I believe she's supposed to start Monday. Unless that has changed. July 24th is still the latest date that I see. So that's going to be the next one as of right now. So and then of course we'll be on jury watch. So yeah, look, this. She has a psych evaluation Friday. I thought she just did that. I thought she did it last week, and they said she was able to stay in court. I must have misread something or seen something. I haven't had even a chance to pull any of the most recent stuff on that because I've been so busy with the Melly stuff. So I thought she had it last week, but I guess I was off, which does not surprise me. Let's see. Oh, wait, here we go. Hold on. Green Bay Press. 3 days ago. You can't see it unless. What do we have here? Defense psychologist says Business not mentally competent for trial. This was from Thursday. Not mentally competent to stand trial. Y'all saw she's the one who attacked her attorney in court during a hearing. My opinion is in the case that she's not competent to proceed to trial, said psychologist Diane Lighton, who testified for the defense Thursday morning. She lacks insight and judgment to understand court proceedings and assist in her legal defense. So,
Pelican Smoky Meat Market.
I don't want to get. Hold on, I want you to see this. I mean, the Haver's nuts, let's be honest. So I'm not real surprised by this, but Look, see her attack him.
Stop it. Stop it.
This is February.
Rachel, call.
Taylor, relax, Taylor.
Good, stop.
She's got your cord.
Got my thing.
Clear the courtroom.
I don't know because they can, recommend it. The judge doesn't have to go with it, so I'll have to look. I mean, she's not.
Good, stop.
She's not exactly like one for a cuddle puddle. She's kind of, she's a little bit out there. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll do that since we're in and early today. I am going to go get some beach time in for a couple hours. And then when I come back in, I'll pull court docs on that and see what they say so I can update y'all tomorrow. Because as of now, that's the plan. That's going to be the next one. But if they postpone this one again, or anything, then I'll look and see, what else is happening. I've been so busy, honestly, with this one that I haven't had much chance to look at a lot of the other stuff going on. So I will, they're having another meeting Friday on this case. So I guess we will see what they say. But in the meantime, I will take a look and see what else we got going on. I'm not sure how long. Obviously, we don't know how long the jury's going to be out on this one. But with them being sequestered, I don't see this being a very, long drawn out deliberation. I think the, unless it ends up being a hung jury, but I think with them being sequestered, they're, and they've already been away for so long. They haven't been sequestered up to this point. That's not what I mean away, but I mean, they've already been away from work and stuff like that. So I think that, that will definitely push them to wrap things up quicker. So, all right, y'all, I appreciate you hanging out. Please, please, please hit the like button on your way out. And thank you for reporting to jury duty. I will see y'all tomorrow.